any definite social structure. It's all inference. And I'm not saying that isn't a good system or not, because the debate is the Bible to take power from women, not if it's better than egalitarianism. The historical record shows that from the earliest civilizations, with a few exceptions, the woman has been in a dynamic of men as the head of the household. And that's what we see from all aspects. And again, we can't speak in absolutes, but that's what we see. Now, the role of woman and man we see in the Bible is one based on complementary abilities, hand in hand, like interlocked fingers ingrained in the very being of woman and man from the beginning. All around us, we can see this natural dynamic being played out. However, the problem lies when people ascribe the evil men do to God and the Bible and ascribe it to the taking of power from the woman. But tonight, I will provide some clarity towards that subject matter. So we definitely going to dive into that and look into what we see when we look at these things. But let's continue. Let's go further. See me. There we go. Now, does the Bible take power from the woman? What is power? The ability or capacity to do something or act in a particular way. What is the power of the woman? Now, let's see what is the power of the woman. Now, when we speak of power, let's say, for instance, let's look at Superman. He has power on Earth. He has superhuman speed, superhuman strength, X-ray vision. He can fly, et cetera, et cetera. That's the power that Superman has. But what if Superman is on a planet with nothing but other Supermans? What is his power then? What I'm going to say is he actually has no power. So when we're looking at the question, does the Bible take power from women? Or, let's look at this. So the man, what is his power? And it's in relation to women. He has strength. He has, the ability to lead. Whereas let's look at with the woman. The questions we're going to ask is, what is her strength? What is her power in relation to man? Because that's the conversation we're having instead of gaslighting the subject. So let's see what is her true power when it comes to this. Now, power is just not public authority. It's influence over life, legacy, and formation. Women have reproductive power, developmental power. They have relational influence. And I'm going to show not only through scripture, but through science, it speaks to that. But my opponent, again, like I said, is going to be, copious amounts of gaslighting. But what we're going to do, we're going to break these scriptures down and we're going to look at it.
1 minute.
Now, nature shows us something important. Systems don't randomly flip. Lions don't suddenly become female dominated, and hyenas don't suddenly become male dominated. Each species has a stable structure shaped by function. Human societies reflect the same pattern. Roles are distributed, not erased, and the Bible fits within that pattern. It doesn't take power from women. It defines power more broadly than just public authority, and it illuminates her true power. So that's what the Bible does. Now, knowledge and wisdom bring forth understanding. Why am I saying that? Because that's the very first aspect we see of the power of women. For there are three that bear record in heaven. That's the Father, the Son, and the Ruach HaKodesh. And these three are one. They're one. They're equal. Now, when the woman was created, she was created. So we know that the female species is made in the Most High's image. That's and when we know the Father to be knowledge and the Mother to be wisdom and true understanding, we see that the woman is praised right there.
And I'm gonna give her a 1 minute warning just so it's fair on her rebuttal. Yeah. But I do want to switch it to 2 minutes for the 5 minute rebuttal warning because I felt like that was too tight for you.
No, well, we good. We should be good from now.
Yep. Issa Kween, it is on you.
And this is for my rebuttal?
No, this is for
round two.
Round two.
Gotcha.
So we're going 12 minutes.
Give me 1 second so I can share my screen again.
Take your time. And let me pull up those rules again so everybody can see what's going on. 12-minute rounds, 5-minute rebuttals. We are moving on to round 2 now. Oh, no.
Did Gideon have his round 1?
Gideon needs his round 1. I'm sorry.
Gideon get his round 1, and then Sister Issa Kween get her rebuttal round.
Yeah, see, that's why I pulled it up, and that's why I got you up here. Appreciate y'all. Gideon. That was Gideon's rebuttal, so now we're going on to Gideon's 12 minutes. Round 1. Are you ready, Gideon?
Wait, okay, so is me going back to my presentation?
Yeah, I think that he was doing his round 1 just now and not his rebuttal.
That was your rebuttal round, Gideon. This your round 1 now.
Just start where you ended off at.
Yeah,
I heard you. I got notes.
Yeah, no, I thought she do her first round, I do my first round, then it's a rebuttal for 3 minutes, a rebuttal for 3 minutes, then it's back to the rounds.
We thought you wanted your rebuttals in the middle of your rounds.
Yeah, that's how we explained it.
Yeah, so it's my rebuttal. I didn't.
No, right, you just had your rebuttal, so now it's your round 1. Your rebuttal is in between her round 1 and your round 1. Her rebuttal is in between your round 1 and her round 2.
Yeah, but that I didn't rebut.
Well, can we? I could make it fair, and then we'll skip my rebuttal for his round 1, and we'll start fresh round 2 with the rebuttal.
Okay,
Yes,
so let's
yes,
let you finish your round 1 then. Correct, Gideon?
Yeah.
So you're 5 minutes into your round 1. So I'll set the timer.
Oh, that's why it was 5 minutes too. I'm thinking it was 12 minutes.
Yes, that was not 12 minutes, sir. No.
See, but I had a totally different format.
Yeah, that wasn't 12 minutes. That's why you was you didn't even notice, huh? You was flowing. Sometimes time flies. No, you got another 7 minutes. 7-minute timer. Okay, so moving forward, what are we doing so that we're all on the same page?
She went for 12 minutes.
All right, so moving forward,
minutes.
so
hold on.
Yeah, so now Gideon has to go for his 12 minutes.
Okay.
Gideon got to go for his 12 minutes, but you want to give Gideon 3 minutes. I mean, because all of that was just so Gideon can start over.
Well,
nah, he can just give me 7 more minutes and I can finish it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And then,
I know we messed up.
And then to be fair to Issa Kween, I can go right to my rebuttals if she want to do it like that too.
Got you.
Got
7 minutes is on the time. Time starts when you start. Take your time. Let me get that screen share pulled back up. First time with this new format, we're going to get it down now.
So we good?
Yes, sir. I see your screen share.
All right. So let's get. I apologize to the audience for that, but we gonna, they're gonna get it right. That was on me, but Salaki. All right. Let's go. You ready, A1? Because I'm about to just start.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Time starts when you start. You got 7 minutes. I'll give you a 2-minute
And the
warning.
Most High said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. The Most High created man in his own image. In the image he created him, male and female. Most High created he them." So we see in the very beginning, unlike the Christian doctrine that's taught to us that, we was created man and woman in the image. And again, like I say, the Bible explaining Eve as a helpmeet isn't misogynistic, nor does it take power from the woman. It's explaining the reality we all know exists. Eve being made a helpmeet doesn't impose power taken away. In the climate of life before sin, there was, as the verse states, no sin. However, what it does show is the creation of the family structure and intimacy between man and woman, establishing more than reproduction, being a means to an end. It created love. So we see in the partnership is marriage, to have any stability, we need that structure. Now let's look at the fall and why the woman has got what my opponent would deem as weakness, because it didn't really happen as people like to put forward. It's not one of misogyny, but one of action and consequences. And the Bible explains that reason why the woman possesses those mental and physical characteristics. It didn't just happen. Eve wasn't walking in the garden and God came out of nowhere, bam, hit you up with all of these, afflictions. Nah, it didn't happen like that. What happened was Eve and Adam sinned, and it was cause and effect. What the Most High did was not capriciously or unrighteously curse Eve and Adam. The Most High's Creator gave Adam and Eve not a whole bunch of laws, but one to follow. And it was up to them, and they broke that law. So when attempting to postulate that this story from the Bible takes power from women misogynistically, you are disregarding simple logic and gravitating towards a biased conclusion. Why do I say that? Because we can even look at this, mathematically. Now, when the woman said to the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees, this is the story, but of the tree which is in the midst, we can't eat this. You shall not eat or you'll die. That was the ordinance. That was the command given. But what do we see in the story? Well, we all know what happened. She ate it. Nonetheless, Adam and Eve ate of it thereof. Now, judgment was placed on them. Was it harsh? Yes. Did it make man have more power than the woman? Yes. But it was applied after the action of disobedience. Therefore, this isn't misogynistic oppression, but judgment. Reading the Bible as a believer in the text as I am, the Bible explains the formation of man and woman. It explains the biological differences we see in the woman that actually exist. Differences, whether you believe in the Bible or not, they're there. And that's the reason why men and women are in a position to take power from women. So if my opponent wants to say the Bible takes power from women, I need to know from her, where is this reality? Now let's look at it mathematically. Sin equals Eve's sin. J, God's judgment. W, woman becoming the weaker vessel. A, arbitrary action. M equals misogyny. So let's just break this down and see. Sin equals judgment equals consequence. Sin caused judgment. Judgment produced the condition that's described. So we see it right there. Sin, judgment, woman. That's actually sin, judgment, consequence. That's what we're looking at. But let's proceed. So woman equals the function of judgment resulting from sin. So that's why we see woman equals F, which is the function that comes from judgment and sin. Now, taking a woman's power misogynistically will require arbitrary targeting without cause. Arbitrary equals the woman. A equals no moral cause. Thus, misogyny equals arbitrary equals woman. But the biblical narrative says sin, judgment, woman, not arbitrary and woman. Then sin, judgment, woman is not misogynistic. Misogyny will require the condition to be imposed arbitrarily. And we see right here, just mathematically laid out, is not the case. But let's continue. Now, again, the biblical narrative states sin, judgment, woman, and not arbitrary woman. Then sin, judgment, woman is not, again, like I said, misogynist. Now, let's go a little further into what we see. Now, this is the story. This is how it walks out. Man creates, God creates man and woman. Now, evolutionists, and I guess people from her paradigm says the same thing. So does Toxic Soup and Monkey Man take power from women because it said the same thing? So my opponent said it doesn't, but she's committing a fallacy. And that's a fallacy of comparative cancellation. And what that is, when the accusation that's made is reflected in the position.
1 minute, 40 seconds.
For example, is Superman eviler than Superwoman? They say Superman is evil because he flies, but Wonder Woman flies. So that's a comparative cancellation. So saying the fall of Adam and Eve takes power from women, however, Monkey Man and Toxic Soup results in the same outcome, that's a comparative cancellation. She can't do that when she's making an argument against something, which she is with the Bible. So let's just continue. like I said, from beginning to end, the Bible champions women, and we're going to see the beginning of it. Now, we all know the story that I was just speaking of, but this is what the Most High told Eve. From the very beginning, right after Adam and Eve disobeyed the Most High, Yahweh gave indication that a Savior will be coming from the seed of the woman Eve. This is what he told Eve. So let's just remember that this is a bookmark. This is the bookend, the front, but all praises.
Gideon yields his time with 36 seconds left. Now, what are we doing for round 2? Or
so I
now?
can go straight into my rebuttals. You know,
So round 2 is their rebuttal rounds now.
Well, you mean rebuttal rounds and then round 2?
no,
Right.
it's-
But we're gonna do our rebuttals for round 1, and then when we're finished with both rebuttals, then we're gonna go into round 2.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
Are you ready for your rebuttals, sister, or I can go with mine?
You could go. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'll go with mine since I changed the format impromptu. All right, so give me 1 second.
You have a screen share?
Yeah.
Hey, can you pause this real quick, Quantum? I got something to say really fast. Mind y'all, I just want the family to keep in mind, Gideon is doing all the changing to the format before and during the debate. This is why we see this. All right, I just want y'all to keep that in mind. Go ahead, Brother Quantum. So I don't know why he's so confused. He confusing his daggone self. He doing all these changes.
All right, yeah, let's go here. Yeah. So yeah, let's. I'm definitely ready. Is my screen sharing?
Your screen is sharing. It's not full screen though.
All right, so we got 5 minutes, right? Yeah.
Timer is set.
Okay.
And time starts.
All right. So what I want to do is, when making an accusation against the Bible, proper hermeneutics dictates that you qualify. And what we're doing is what's ordained by the Most High or what's ordained by man. And my opponent, she's definitely laying a lot of things at the table of the Most High when it's done by man. So when things are spoken by the prophets or spoken by the Most High directly, or it's Torah law, that's something that she can ascribe or put to the Most High. So we definitely see that when she was speaking of Judges 19 with the Levite, when he, basically chopped up his wife. And this is the story we see. He stayed as a guest in someone's house. Now, we know that man did as he pleased if he read the text or she read the text. The Most High didn't ordain any of it. So when we read the scriptures and we read that story, it does contain misogyny. But if you're saying that women having their power taken from them in the Bible, therefore the Bible takes power away from women, that would be an incorrect compartmentalization. So she's making a category error when she's doing that, because that's not ascribed by the Most High. That's done by man. Now let's go to when she spoke about Abraham and Japheth. Why did not the Most High save Japheth's daughter, but he saved Abraham's son? Again, my opponent, and I'll show later, she's committing fallacies when she's making these arguments. Now let's go to Abraham and Joseph. We all know the story of Jephthah. That's in Judges 11. He makes a vow to the Most High and said, I will sacrifice my daughter. First thing to understand is that the Most High told Abraham to sacrifice his son, whereas Jephthah did that of his own volition. That's the first thing we need to be mature and understand. And when I say mature, I'm talking about scholarly, because my opponent definitely is, a mature thinking person. But I'm speaking of as far as scholarly. But let's move on when she made the assumption with Hagar, right? Let's go there. And excuse me, I would have had it set up, but since like I said, since I kind of did that thing, but we could definitely keep the time going. But I think it's right here. Let's see. Looking for because I know she addressed it. I want to get it. Okay, yeah, it's right here. When it speaks to Abraham and his children, and it's gonna kind of end it with this, but I just want to make sure the time that I'm using it to actually get at the points that she's making again, right? So she spoke about Hagar. So let me share this right here. This is what I want to show when it comes to that. Now, again, when I was speaking of, you got to compartmentalize the Bible correctly. Now, we see right here, the story with Hagar, it all comes from actually Sarah. The things that done to Hagar was actually under the guise or under the instruction of Sarah. So what we got to do is correctly compartmentalize what we see and ascribe it to the correct person. So we see it's not misogynistic, but it's actually misandrous. Why I say that? It was Sarah tell Abraham to get Hagar pregnant. She started it. It was Sarah who subjugates Hagar. This is the true story when we're not like letting information gaslight us. It was Sarah who dealt harshly with Hagar to the point she left. So this is what we see when it comes to the story of Abraham and Hagar. And again, like I say, the Bible is broken more or less into 4 divisions: history, laws, philosophy, covenants. And being able to compartmentalize the text is key. Proper compartmentalization. And she's not doing that. Again, she specifically mentioned Abraham and what he did to Sarah. And that right there is showing that that was a compartmentalization, or what we would call a category error, because that was something that was not done by the Most High. It was something that was actually not done by Abraham. But when we look deeper into the text, it was actually done by a woman. And that was quite misandrous if you want to apply any type of European labels to what she done. So again, we see, and I yield with that.
That's time. Issa Kween.
I'm ready. So let me know when I can start.
We have someone in the back. I'm not sure who that is, but we're not accepting guests right now. And the time is reset. Get your screen share up.
Oh, no, I'm not screen sharing for my rebuttal.
Okay. Let me put you on the big screen.
Yeah. Let me know when I can start.
Time starts when you start.
Okay, so the first thing that I find funny is that in your opening statement, you said gaslight like 3 or 4 times, and I felt like your entitled rebuttal was a gaslight towards me. I never said Hagar at all. Didn't even mention her. What I did mention was Abraham selling his wife to the Pharaoh and becoming rich. That's what I mentioned. And that is a form of pimping. He went in somewhere broke. Not only did he break his own covenant with his wife before God, because you're supposed to be a protector and a provider for your wife, he gave her to another man. And instead of God, right, punishing him for breaking his own vows to both his wife and to himself, God punishes the Pharaoh. Inversely, saying that what he did was just fine. And not only did he do it with the Pharaoh, he went to a whole nother place and did it again. That's how Abraham got rich. He got rich from selling his wives to kings and pharaohs. Pimping. Okay? You got to sit with that. And, on your next rebuttal, please speak on what I'm actually speaking on, right? Secondly, I spoke of the development of human societies, the development of civilization, and how it was pair bonding and egalitarian. You said, and I quote, people develop male-led public structures, meaning that it didn't happen naturally. Somebody went in and changed things on purpose to make sure that you were the dominant person. And I also showed that when I made the comparison between the of Namu code and the Hammurabi code. Because in those codes, you can see a society that actually saw women as equals and a society that showed them as property. So I'm not disagreeing with you. You absolutely created a system to make yourself a dominant player in that system. And in turn, so you trampled on my freedoms while you were doing it. And I don't really want to say yours and mine because none of this belongs to us. This is a Levantine religion that us African / indigenous American folks keep on acting like it's ours. It isn't. Thirdly, you said you said something about the women's power. You said, well, you gave us the power of Superman, but you asked the question of what the woman power is, and you never answered it. And I think you never answered it because the book doesn't show you what a woman's power is. The book only shows you Psalms 38, Psalms 8, or whatever a woman is. That's what the book tells you about how she could be good in the household and weave something good for you. But it doesn't tell you what it is to be a woman because that book is not made for women to feel good. Fourthly, let's look at this logically, right? The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. So where did the anatomy of a woman come from if a man and a spirit created these bodies? Unless you're telling me that God is androgynous or hermaphroditic, I don't know how we structured the female body without having the divine woman within the creation process. And that's why they said, let us make man in our image, because of the simple fact of Yah stole Asherah's place in creation and replaced her with a us or a Holy Spirit or anything else other than the female form. And that's oppression, my brother. Fifthly, you spoke about Eve and her issues, right? Her, disobeying God somehow has a relevance on me in 2026, which is ridiculous to me, right? So being that I don't believe in the Eve story, and I believe in older stories, I like to go with the stories of the tree of life being of the woman's womb. I like to go with the story of the fruit of knowledge being something that people ate from, because like I did in my the synchronicities of the Bible story when I told y'all about the Anana and the haplo tree and the Anana's descent with Thailand.
Round 2. Issa Kween with the affirmative.
Yeah, I can go. I'll go with mine. I'm ready to go. If that's how we're gonna do it,
It feels natural to switch it. It feels natural to switch it.
Yeah, because he was supposed to start round 2 first.
Okay. Now I see why he was under that impression, because he thought, okay, sounds great.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Let me just pull up my screen. Let's see where we at. All right. So we ready, bro?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Starts when you start.
All right. Let's go. So let's take a look at the power of women in contrast to her counterpart in terms of natural power and development. And with that, we're going to actually see if the Bible takes away her power when we look at these things and go through them, slowly and like just really ingest what we see. Now, again, the Bible don't take power for women. Those who make this statement is not approaching it unbiased. Let's look at the woman from biologically as well as socially and historical lens, minus the Bible, and let's see what we have. Men are on average 5 inches taller with greater bone density. Men have more muscle mass, higher concentrations of fast twitch muscles, more upper and lower body strength. These are the things we see. Men typically have thicker skin, about 25% thicker skin, actually. So these are the things we biologically see. Women on average over half as strong as men. These differences just seen organically fosters an environment, social system, and society wherein men are going to be the de facto rulers and heads of society. From Egypt's first king Narmer to the Han Dynasty in China, all social ecosystems work this way. So to say that power is taken from women by the Bible, please show us where it was taken from, because all the evidence shows male rulership been there since the beginning. So saying the Bible takes power away from women ignores all the data that we see. Not only that I'm bringing about, but that we see all over the place. All recorded history, women based on these differences was treated by default according to the desires of men, from the caveman clubbing his preyed upon paramour to the women getting flued out for the weekend. Women being subjugated to men isn't God, it's human nature. However, what we do see in the Bible is regulation to the point of erasure. I challenge that my opponent, who states the Bible takes power away from women, show us these examples of societies where the woman's power isn't regulated by men or society at large. Because if a doctor says something is bad for you, they're not, and you ask, what should you replace it with? You're not going to say you don't know. So my opponent has to show me and not have it against a backdrop of daffodils and roses. Please show us where this happened, where it taking place, or how in your words it should be. Because before the modern world, before sugar was as common as the air we breathe, before deadbolts, firearms, supermarkets, human life was raw and dangerous. We did not watch nature from the safety of the zoo. We were part of nature. Human beings lived on the savannah alongside predators like lions. Tribes were often in conflict with other tribes. Survival was not guaranteed. If you wanted to eat, you had to hunt and kill your food. Homes had to be built by hand. Provisions had to be gathered. In many cases, the most technically object thing was the human body itself. Now, the answer is simple. How do we survive? Each person used their strengths. Men generally possessing greater physical strength hunted food, defended from predators. Women bore children and nourished them with their own bodies, focused on nurturing the young and preserving the household. The mother's ability made her role not only natural, but essential to the survival of the entire tribe. This was combined power of men and women working together. This was not oppression. So let's continue. Now, according to science, we're going to see what we have. Because to the mind that says the Bible takes power from women, what power is she talking about? Where is her evidence? More importantly, what is the power of women according to science? She did mention that. And let's see if the Bible takes that power away from her. She has the power of reproduction. And we all cannot disagree. Gestational power. She can actually have a whole nother human being inside of her body. Early childhood development. That's the influence that's given to the child. Social stability, the ability to maintain societal order, predictable and continuity. That's the power that we see from women. So, when my opponent's talking of power, I need to know what type of power that she's talking about. Because the power that she's talking about is contrived. It's not natural. It's unnatural. Like, let's look at it. It's 24 hours in a day. Now, if a woman has a child, she has to nurse that baby, at least, between 8 to 12 times. Over thousands of years, this arrangement evolved into societies where men largely held political authority. That historical reality cannot be denied. Yet wherever power exists, it can be abused. In many societies, women were treated as property and only given what men decided they should have. The Bible does not command men to dominate women without restraint. It places strict moral obligations on men and legal protections for women. Ephesians, husband, love your wives as Christ loved the church. Peter, give honor to the wife as the weaker vessel, that your prayers be hindered. The Bible recognizes a woman's authority over her own body within the marriage. And this is what we see, and I'm going to continue to show that. because the Bible definitely does not take power from women. It actually affirms it. Corinthians, the wife hath not power of her own body, but the husband. And likewise, also the husband hath not power of his own body, but the wife. Balance. Now, sexual violence is treated as one of the most serious crimes imaginable. Deuteronomy 22 says, if you rape somebody, you're murdered. So we can see. And also, women can possess property and have economic rights. Numbers 27, women owning land. Women can hold positions of leadership, judges. Deborah was a judge. So finally, the Bible commands a moral principle that fundamentally states, treat women equally. Leviticus, love your neighbor. Matthew, do unto others as you will have them do unto you. That principle applies to how men and women treat each other. When we step back, examine a record, we see that the Bible did not erase power of women. It acknowledges and strengths of men and women, established limits on male authority, and provided protections and dignity for women that were extraordinary. That's extraordinary.
5 minutes, 30 seconds.
The strength, dignity, and value of women, then I ask my opponent, what does? Now, again, let's see how to properly analyze if the Bible takes power from women. I spoke on this in the rebuttal. Like, the Bible is more or less broken into 4 divisions: history, laws, philosophy, covenants. Being able to break that up and break that down is key. And compartmentalize means to separate into isolated compartments or categories. Now, the Bible, being able to perform that is essential to seeing that the Bible does not diminish the power of women. Stating the Bible does that is one made from wholesale disdain of the text and God of Abraham, or just biasness, because there's the law, the old, new covenants, words of the prophet, and Psalms. There's instances also of men who offer their child for abuse, but that's not in the name of the Most High. So we need to be able to compartmentalize what we see. So we have the law that's contained in the old covenant, but let's see if it actually does, oppress women. And we have the law contained in a new covenant. You can ascribe those things to the Most High in the Bible. We have the words of the prophets. We can definitely ascribe what the prophet says in the name of the Most High to the Bible. We have the wisdom text. We can same thing. But, Pauline, letters, and the apostles, those things. But acts made by men, which she spoke of with Japheth sacrificing his daughter, those things we cannot ascribe to the Most High, nor the Bible. We're reading a historical text in that context. So, we have to be understood and, be clear of that. Now, let's look into the roles and power afforded women in the Bible, and let's see if it takes away that power. All right, let's go. Now, these are the systems. You have a patriarchy. We all know what that is. We have egalitarian system. Everybody is equal. That's a matriarchy, where the woman, she rules. Now, we in a patriarchy where, the father is the eldest, where is the male, he's the head of the family. Everything is reckoned through the man. Now, let's look at the law in the old covenant, and let's see if it does take power from women or not. Now, these are the things that she can't be when it comes to the Bible. She can't be a king. I'll be the first to say. A priest. I'll be the first to say. Those are the 2 things that, she can't be. She can't be a warrior. I say per se, because we all know not only of, Deborah, but many other Israelite women that were judges and rulers in that time. Now let's go to see what she can be. She could be a judge, a tribal chieftain. She could be a counselor to the king, most powerful, a prophetess. These are the things she could be. A business owner. These are the things that she can be. Property holder. These are all the titles that she can attain. Now, Queen Mother, one of the closest advisors to the king. Now, unlike a lot of other kings lists during that time, this is one of the few that had listed who's the king's mother. Now, with this framework, I asked my opponent, where in the system is the power taken away from the woman? Are you saying any system of male rule takes power away from women? So again, must a system be void of exclusive male rulership to not take power from women? A system where women are counselor to kings, rulers in their own right, rulers of men, esteemed prophetess, business owners, landholders. Again, a system like this, according to my opponent, takes power away from women. I demand my opponent, without any fallacies, to show me where. Now, again, like I said, it's bookends, but let's remember the Bible is brought together by Queen Esther. Why do I say that? Because when I was showing earlier, the beginning of the bookend was Eve. Eve was prophesied to bring the Messiah, the Savior. But before that can happen, we all know the Israelites were born into Babylon, and we were about to be destroyed, utterly destroyed. But it was Queen Esther who came, and she bridged the gap to where we can have these prophecies brought forward in the culmination of the woman's power. And I'm going to show how the woman is even the bookend to the greatest story ever told. So it just falls in line scientifically, biologically, spiritually, that the Bible definitely doesn't take power from women. It reaffirms it. Again, my opponent, and I'll show, is speaking of a power that's unnatural, that's not, organic, that's not of nature. So again, these things developed while we were nature. We weren't looking at nature. We were part of nature. So these societies developed, but it was the Bible that regulated those things and gave the utmost respect, power, and dignity to the woman. And I'll continue to show that, in my presentation. Shalom.
It's my rebuttal, right?
Yes, Issa Kween, it's on you.
Reset
the timer.
Yes. So just really quickly.
So what would I rebuttal? Your rebuttal?
No, you're gonna rebuttal my second round. After I finish my rebuttal, I'm gonna go straight into my second round.
Okay, come on.
Do you want to do it how we did the first round?
Oh no, I'm ready with my rebuttal.
Okay.
But I'm with you. I think it would be a better flow if we did it like this. She do her presentation, and then I just come with my rebuttal. She come with her rebuttal.
But then I won't.
Just hold on. Wait a minute. Because that's how y'all just had it, and then y'all switched it from that to the. So
yeah, I just think it makes more sense to have the round and then for me to rebuttal, because then I would have to do my entire round and then go back to what you all had said before.
Okay. Nah, I'm with you.
Right? Instead of you hearing what I have to say and then going into your rebuttal right after I say it.
Yeah. Now I was just trying to give you.
We didn't do that for the first round, though.
But he was supposed to, but he went straight into his second round instead of doing his rebuttal after I did my round.
Yeah, I didn't think we was going to speak for like 12.
But when we agreed to switch it, it was for both of us though, not for him to just be able to do it and then you to keep doing.
No, we switched. Well, I just assumed that because it's a rebuttal, that I will be able to do the rebuttal after he says what he has to say, right? So everything that I heard would be fresh in my mind, and I could go straight into the rebuttal. And I want that same thing for him instead of like. He will get that from me.
That's what we had. That's the way we had it set up, and then we agreed to change it. I didn't want to change it, but y'all.
Yeah, let's do round rebuttal. His round, my rebuttal, my round, his rebuttal.
Okay, so we're going back to the rebuttal.
The original, yes.
So this would be your rebuttal, right, Sister Issa Kween?
I get my 5 minutes, right?
All right, your 5-minute rebuttal.
Okay, so first, he said that according to biology, men should be the leaders of all things, like government and everything. No, that's his screen share. I'm not screen sharing. Okay. So my issue with that is that when you talk about biology, you talk about strength and how men are taller and men are stronger than women. But when you're doing government, nobody is fighting each other. It's about brain capacity. And I would like to know whose brain is better. And I actually have it right here, right? All the places inside of the woman who's all the parts of the brain that are larger in women. The hippocampus, critical for memory and learning. The frontal cortex, women show higher critical thinking. Temporal cortex, language and auditory processing. Frontal cortex, insular cortex, emotional processing and empathy is larger in women. Women have more gray matter, high gray matter, which is used for processing information. So according to a government and biology, I'm better at running a country than you would be. But yet you exclude me from being a part of the government because you're stronger and taller? How does that make sense? So what you're saying doesn't make sense, right? Because it's not about biology, why women are being pushed to the side when it comes to government structures. It's about male dominance. And male dominance is not a natural thing if it doesn't happen naturally. As in, women are being born not wanting to be a part of government, not wanting leadership roles. And women every day are born with wanting leadership roles and signing up for different factions of the government. And that is a natural thing that is happening. You're confused on what natural is. If you have to have a law to put in place to prohibit people from doing things, you are stopping people from doing what's natural to them. That's the first thing. Power of reproduction. I find that interesting that you think the Bible gives power of reproduction to the woman when in all reality, the father picks who the woman is going to reproduce with. They have to pay a bride price to the father. The 12 tribes of Israel, born out of Leah and Rachel and some other people. Leah was given to Jacob by her father and lived in a life of loneliness, according to even the way she named her children. She was sad, she was hurt, she was unloved, and forced to stay in that area and forced to stay in that marriage. I mean, and she was forced to stay in that marriage because you had no rights to divorce. Like if she just was born in Kemet, she could have divorced her husband in Kemet. That's what I mean by losing power. Because in one place, if she was living there, she could have left that man that didn't love her, that she had 7 kids for, to make him love her. She could have just left him and lived a nice, happy life and got a new husband, which she would have had the right to choose who her husband was, because Kemet gave women that autonomy to choose. You see how you fall on your own sword? Every time you go back to Africa, you see the woman's power and what the woman is and the woman's agency. When you stay in the Levant, you think oppression of women is okay. Lastly, according to a global study in Science magazine, a 2023 study of 63 foraging societies found women hunting 79% of them. When hunting was the only food, they participated in 100% of the hunts all the time. Estrogen advantage. Our bodies metabolize fat for longer lasting energy and protects muscles from wearing down. Pelvic structure allows for longer, more energy saving steps. An advantage when tracking game in long distances. So how you going to tell me that I'm not able to hunt when my biology tells me I'm able to hunt? When foraging societies that's living today are still 79% of them are still have women hunters. And when it's the only thing they're hunting, they do it 100% of the time. I land.
Okay.
Now I'm going to share my screen.
See it.
Okay. You see me?
Yeah.
So I'm going to finish. Let me know when you're ready and I'll start.
Reset the timer for 12 minutes. And time starts when you start.
Okay, so like I was saying, I want to reiterate the names of these children in the 12 tribes of Israel. Reuben, the Lord has seen my affliction. This is this mother saying, I am afflicted. Simeon, because the Lord has heard I am hated. This woman thinks she's hated by the husband that she's forced to be with. Levi, a hope for attachment or bonding. She will hopes that this man will love her one day. Judah, praise emerging after continued emotional struggle. Like this woman is in affliction. The tribal foundation of Israel is formed inside of a high conflict household structure involving forced marriage, emotional distress, and reproductive competition among women. Across the broader narrative, we also see repeated patterns where women are not consistently protected within survival, legal, or religious decisions, whether in Japheth's daughter, Lot's daughters, or the unnamed concubine. I'm sorry, the unnamed, oh crap. Sorry, give me 1 second. I wanted to make it bigger. The unnamed concubine. In some cases, women are even directly punished or disciplined within the story. As seen in Maria, while others endured suffering that becomes part of a larger legacy they did not choose, as reflecting in Leah's experience. And if this is the pattern within the narratives themselves, then the next question is, what ideological and institutional shifts allow for the structure to become normalized? Which leads directly into the erasure of the goddess traditions and the legal systems that follow, which further formalize the subjugation of women. My round two. In early Canaanite and Israelite religious culture, God was not always understood as a solitary male figure. This is strong evidence that divine belief once included a broader system, most notably the presence of Asherah, a female divine figure associated early Israelites and Canaanite religions alongside El and later Yahweh. Archaeological discoveries from Judean sites dated to the 8th and 7th centuries BCE include pillar figurines, often interpreted by scholars such as Ras Clutter as linked to household religious practices and female divine symbolism. Alongside this, we also find incense altars and small shrines, models placed in kitchens, storage rooms, and domestic spaces. This shows that early ritual practices was not locked inside centralized institutions. It was happening inside of the home. If worship is happening in the home, then ritual authority is also happening in the home. Biblical texts themselves reflect traces of the system. In Jeremiah 7:18, entire households are described as participating in rituals for the Queen of Heaven, included women preparing offerings and baked cakes as part of worship. So what we see here is not a silent or invisible role for women in religion, but active participation in domestic spiritual practices. During the reforms associated with King Josiah, described in 2 Kings 23:4-15, local shrines and household worship sites were systematically destroyed in Deuteronomy 12:1-14. This centralization is reinforced. Worship is no longer meant to happen anywhere locally, but only in single sanctioned places. This is not just a religious shift. This is a shift in control. When worship is centralized, ritual authority is centralized. And when ritual authority is centralized, access to spiritual power is no longer distributed in households. in the hands of the people. It is controlled by institutions. This is where gender becomes structurally important. The household religion is where women historically had access to ritual practices. By shifting to centralized temple system, pushes authority toward a male priesthood. In Leviticus 8, ritual leadership is restricted to Aaron's male lineage. And in Leviticus 15, purity laws regulate bodily conditions in ways that exclude women from certain sacred spaces, particularly around menstruation, systematically taking away the fertility worship of menstrual cycles and childbirth, or moon worship, as they would soon call it, that women could once do in their homes, to being excluded from the church during those times. So what was once a shared amongst the family, explained in Jeremiah 7:18, household-based spiritual systems become a regulated hierarchy with the gender boundaries. Even within the earlier biblical tradition, we still see women participating in direct religious life. During the women's resistance in Jeremiah 44:17-19, the women cried out that they didn't want to follow the male God, and he only brought famine. Leviticus 12:12-5. If a woman have conceived seed, she shall be unclean 7 days. But if she bear a maid child, then she shall be unclean for 2 weeks. I ask, what's the difference between bearing a male versus a female child? Why are you to stay away from the church longer when bearing a female child? I hope my opponent can answer that. Deuteronomy 21:10-14. This is the KJV version. When thou goest forth into war, blah, 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 right? We know this scripture, right? I'm pressed for time, so we're not even going to make pretend. This is basically talking about a war, what you can do in the war. And if you find somebody that you like within the war, you shave her head off, and then you par her nails, and because this is supposed to humble her, right? But the Hebrew word used is inata or ana. This word is to afflict, to humble, to violate, mistreat, to humiliate. Show me where we're talking about. So you have to humiliate the woman before you even marry her, even though you just captured her and already is forcing her to be a part of your household. Show me where you're giving out autonomy to women. Let alone the sad lady Leah over there, who is of your religion, and they're still having issues, right? Numbers 31:17-18. Now therefore kill every man among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known the man laying by them. So why can't we keep our elders? Who knows? But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with them, keep them alive for yourself. So they're willing to spare other women, virgins, but not Lot's daughters. Lot's daughters get sacrificed to the crowd. But if you find some new virgins, you should shave her head off and cut her nails, and then they're yours, right? Land ownership. My brother keep on bringing up land ownership, which is true. Women do get land ownership if they marry first. They have to marry inside of the tribe in order to own that land. And he keeps on forgetting that part in number 36. Right? So she can't just own land on her own autonomy like you could do in Egypt. You would have to marry a man within your tribe, and not even any old man. You got to marry somebody within your tribe, unlike the men who can marry outside of their tribe. But let's continue. Servitude. A male from 20 years old until if the estimation shall be of a male from 20 years old, even until 60 years old, 50 shekels of silver. And if to be a female, only 30 shekels. If a man sell his daughter to a maid servant, she shall not go out as the manservants do, because manservants only have to serve 7 years. Women have to serve for life. In conclusion, what we see in the Old Testament is not random. It is a pattern. Women are increasingly regulated by the very systems that claim divine authority over them. Their spirituality, which have once been more fluid and expansive becomes controlled. Their autonomy narrows. Their rights, especially over their own bodies and land, become conditional or restricted. And this doesn't happen in isolation. The removal of the goddess Asherah from the Israelite religion isn't just a theological shift. It reflects a deeper transformation in power. When the divine feminine is stripped from the spiritual world, it creates a framework where women in the physical world can also be diminished, controlled, and redefined. That same pattern shows up later. Figures like Mary Magdalene are reframed or reduced, while concepts like Sophia, which once carried feminine divine significance, are pushed to the side or reinterpreted. Even within the legacy of Jesus Christ, we see debates over the role and authority of the women in the environment that is followed. So the question isn't just about individual verses, it's about the reoccurring pattern. When feminine divinity is erased, women's power in society tends to be erased with it. In early Christian and Second Temple era traditions, divine wisdom is not always framed as exclusively masculine. In Gnostic texts, particularly those associated with the Nag Hammadi library, Sophia is described as the divine figure associated with wisdom, creation, and emanation from the fullness of God. Wisdom is personified in Proverbs 8, where it is described as present with God at creation. Proverbs 8 to 22 to 27, the Lord possessed me in the beginning. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. In the Apocryphon of John, Sophia is portrayed as the divine emanation. And I'll get back to that when I'm finished.
1 minute and 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Oh, 1 minute left? Crap. Okay.
You have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, so she is part of the broader divine structure where wisdom is active, personified, and cosmic in function. So in this tradition, wisdom is not an abstract, it's personified as Sophia, a feminine divine principle involved in creation and knowledge. John 1:3. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. All things were made by him, and the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. Here, the Logos, or the Word, is described as pre-existent, involved in creation, the divine agent through which all things are made, and ultimately changed to mean Jesus. Attributes that earlier traditions expressed through a personified wisdom figure, Sophia, are later expressed through the Logos, which is explicitly incarnated as Jesus in the Gospel of John. This is not about saying they are the same entity, but about showing a transformation in how divine mediation and creative wisdom are framed, and how that framing shifts into a masculine incarnation in a canonical Christianity. How long do I have left?
5 seconds.
All right, we'll just stop there. I knew I was close.
And that's Gideon.
Yeah, I'm ready. I definitely appreciate my opponent agreeing with the very first slide I showed. I don't know if she know, but in the debate she's supposed to disagree with pretty much the foundational things I'm saying. And the Most High definitely says that.
Gideon, 1 second, real quick. What? This is your
yeah, no, I'm about to do my presentation. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
no, this is his rebuttal to my round 2. This is his rebuttal to my round 2.
So I do your rebuttal and then I do
yes.
So 5-minute timer set. Okay.
Cool. All right, thank you for that clarification. I think I can do it now with this. Let's see. Yeah, so like I said, my opponent, man, she brought up a lot of things, and we're gonna get to it. I got it broken down right here, and we just gonna go through it real quick. Let's see where I got it at. Right. Okay, yeah.
This is Gideon's rebuttal, right?
Yeah.
All right, Gideon, get 5 minutes.
This is my rebuttal, man. Yeah, I get 5 minutes, right? So
yeah, I got everything set.
All right. So let's see. All right. Okay. Now, like I said, man, earlier, that my opponent, man, she's basically agreeing with what the Bible is saying, because from the very beginning, as we can even see in the graphics, that the Most High created when he created man, male and female. So this is what we see. It's only when the woman is, paired with man, as a helpmeet, then we see a differentiation as far as the relationship. But the far as the physical and the so-called strengths that man has, it comes from the fall. And again, this is what I said in my very first slide. So my opponent is actually agreeing with some foundational things that, through gaslight conversations, she says the Bible takes away. So in the Bible's very first step is showing that the woman is created from God, is God, in the image of the Most High. So let's go. Now, she spent a lot of time speaking on Babylonian laws and laws from Manu and all that. That's not the topic of the debate, because we know Babylonian laws, like I see right here, instructing you to bring back an abused maidservant to her master, to ancient societies according to the will of their God, sacrificing women and men alike. But the Bible, what we actually see are foundational pillars, just like I mentioned, in place from the Torah, establishing the correct way to exercise the natural relationship and dynamic between husband and wife, to the New Testament cementing the unobvious fact that men and women are equal, propelling women and their journey for civil rights. So again, like I said, she spent even a lot of her intro of her beginning round speaking of non sequiturs, speaking of anything Babylonian or anything Near Eastern is non sequitur. We're speaking about the Bible. And when she's speaking of this utopic land where you got cave people who really weren't even, they probably bathe like, 3 times a month. She's making a lot of these claims from postulation. And all she has is anthropology. And when you have anthropology that's not based on an accumulation of total evidence, it's postulation. She's postulating. Just because you see people buried together with the same type of grave goods, or you see what else did she say? She said certain different things. We're not seeing concrete evidence. We all know that when you look at it, those civilizations, they're definitely more so than modern history or even ancient history. They're going to rely on natural biological functions to determine who does what in society. So let's look at some of this stuff when she brought up Kemet, and I was waiting for her to bring it up. Let's see what Kemet says about a woman. She is a fertile field for her Lord. Her Lord, do not contend with her in court. So she's not in court. Keep her from power, restrain her. Her eye is storm when she gazes. This is from Egypt. Let's see what else it says. If you are excellent, found in your household, love your wife within reckoning, fill her belly, clothe her back. Do not impose her in your affairs, distance her from power, restrain her. That's the same one. But this is an instruction of Ashkenazim. And, although the content may be earlier in origin, they have it placed in the Ptolemaic period. Let's see what it says. The wealth of property is a wise woman. This Egypt. Let your wife see your wealth. Do not trust her with it. That's Egypt. The wealth of property is, again, do not open your heart to your wife or to your slave. I'll be damned. Do not get a female slave for your wife if you do not have a male slave. Wow. Jealous. Do not open your heart to your wife. What you said to her goes to the street. Boy, instructing a woman is like having a sack of sand whose side is split wide open. What she does with her husband today, she does with another man tomorrow. Do not rejoice in your wife's beauty. Her heart is set on her lover. I be there. The Bible does not take power from women. Looking at women in the Bible and what the Bible has done for the liberty of women are unmatched, in my opinion. As I showed earlier, one of the most pivotal events prophesied in was in regards to a woman bringing forth Yahweh and Yahshua. And we can end it with just an example of the powerful women.
That's time. now you can go into your round.
Yeah. All right, let me go to my round. So let's go here. All right. Now, when reading the Bible, or more specifically the laws put therein, we see several statutes and ordinances which give license for a crafty, devious, or biased mind to insert his or her spirit into what's being read and what's being interpreted. Example, like my opponent said that Deuteronomy 21 is not only misogynistic, but it actually describes essay or great. However, it's not the law, but it's the spirit of interpretation. And I'm about to demonstrate for everybody today. So we see this is Deuteronomy, and it speaks when you go to war against enemies, Most High delivered them into your hands. You see one take captive, and seest amongst them a beautiful woman, has a desire unto her, that thou have her for wife. Then thou shalt bring her home to your house, shave her head, pin her nails. She shall put the garment of her captivity, shall remain in your house, bewail her father mother a full month. After that, you go into her, be her husband, and she shall be your wife. So what we're going to do in proper methodology, we're going to break it down. And how we're going to break it down? We're going to break it down by something called a paradigmatic shift. And when we do that, we're going to look at it, or rather a paradigm substitution graph. And that refers to the process of substituting one signifier with another from the same paradigm in the text. This substitution is based on factors such as technical constraints, code, convention, style, rhetorical purpose, and the limitations of the individual's own repertoire. The analysts of the paradigmatic relations help to define the value of specific items in the text. So that's what we're about to do. Now, using paradigm substitution with the more clearly understood scenario, company takeover, let's see if we get the same inference from those who make this argument. Now, it says, when you take over the company, Alvarez Textiles, after your father has bought them out, forming Dave's Manufacturing, and has a sizable workforce, and sees amongst the employees a beautiful woman and is attracted to her and wants to wife her, then you should start looking out for her, making sure she's straight. And she should deactivate her Alvarez Textiles Facebook account, remove her tattoo, afterwards getting rid of all her old wardrobe and coming to live with you, letting get all her affairs straight. So that's the story. See, when you go to war, and I'm gonna break it down verse by verse, and we're gonna see. When you take over the company, Alvarez Textiles, your father brought them out, forming Dave's Manufacturing, and we're gonna get down to the more questionable parts. Then you should start looking out for her, making sure she's straight, and she shall deactivate her account. Afterwards, getting rid of all. Let's go back. I'm gonna go back because we need to go back, and I want to make sure we see this. Hold on. I was hoping I wouldn't get caught by time by one of these, but let's go to the last one. Afterwards, getting rid of all her wardrobe and consulting, coming to live with you, letting her get her affairs in order, transcribing all work correspondence. So when we match it up side by side, we see we don't get great or essay out of that. What we get is a process of where a man takes over a company. He sees one of these employees who is a captive, but in that we don't see. So it's not the law, but the spirit of their incorrect interpretation. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, lay hold on her, lie with her, and they be found, then that man that shall lay with her, give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver. Now, my opponent is saying that this is great. But again, this is not what the law says. This is the spirit of their interpretation. Here we see it stating that if a man sleeps with an unbetrothed female, it's capital punishment for both of them. But this case is two consenting parties engaging in sex. That's not great. And we're going to see how, because it says a lot of people like to look at the term lay hold on, but we're going to break that out. Now, this is the one that says, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels, and it should be his wife. Now, thereafter, he has to marry her, not put her away. Because again, in the Torah, it says there shall be no whores of the daughter of Israel. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field and the man force her and lie with her, then only the man shall die. This is great. We see these terms right here. Force her is different than lie with her. Force her, that's hazah. That means to take her without her consent. But like I say, when we see that previously, lay hold on her, that's not great. That's not essay. That's consensual. That means he just basically, as we see the terms, taking her, pretty much seduced her, but she was consenting. So again, it's not the law, but the interpretation that the people give. Now let's look at something interesting. Blood, which is we all know is the essence of life, and she made a mockery of those laws. The Bible says in Leviticus that life is in the blood. That means blood isn't treated as something ordinary. It represents life itself. Now consider menstruation. This is not random bleeding. It is part of the reproductive system uniquely tied to a woman's ability to create. So what we're looking at is not weakness, but direct connection to life-giving power. When the text calls a woman unclean during this time, that does not mean sinful or inferior. Throughout scripture, unclean often means set apart due to contact with something serious, especially things involving death and life. So that's what that means. Blood, sacrifice, childbirth, these all carry restrictions, not because they are bad, but because they are significant. Even practically, in an ancient world without sanitation, limiting contact with blood will reduce disease and infection. So the same rule reflects both biological and faith. So instead of taking power from women, the text recognizes that women uniquely carry, sustain, and are tied to the very source of human life and treats that reality with boundaries, not dismissal. So we definitely got to put it in context. These boundaries are displayed when a woman or a mother has a cycle, birth, or gives birth to a girl, because she's practically the universe personified. And with that comes separation. And with bringing another female, that even makes it more. So when we see a separation, it's not suppression. It's knowledge, wisdom, and understanding displayed through faith. The laws put forward based on the act alone involving the creator, science factor. So we see that with science.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
What's in the blood? Now we're going to see what's in the blood. Now, blood transmits me as a medium. Modern biology shows it carries things like hepatitis B, hepatitis C, AIDS, although this is modern example, but our age still had diseases. So practices that limit contact with bodily fluids, especially blood, reduce disease transmission, even without scientific knowledge. Lack of sanitation in an Iron-Age society, no antiseptics, no germ theory, limited ability to treat infections. Any exposure to bodily fluids is a risk. Small infections could become life-threatening. So rules about separation are primitive public health measures. That's science. That's why we go by faith, because they didn't know that back then, but now they do. Now let's look at the greatest story ever told, and we're going to end with this, because it's very important. Like I said, we got to keep the spirit of the story as well as the science. Now, looking at this, and what I mean by the greatest story ever told, it started with Moses, and we see it ends with Yeshua. And it even prophesies that he's going to magnify the law and make it honorable. Magnification means elevation. So that's why we see it presented as such. And again, keep in mind, Esther was that linchpin that brought us from the first prophecy, brought through the woman. And I'm going to show where it's brought through in the end. Again, it's a bookend, but let's keep going. Now, egalitarianism, this is equal rights. But what we're going to see is that the new covenant actually is one of the first and earliest proponents of that. How I say that? Because he brought it in and he ushered it in with the new covenant. There is neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free. In the ancient world, these categories define status and power. Jew, Greek is ethnic. Slave, free is legal. Male, female is social. Paul, he collapses all three in the New Testament. But let's continue. Mutual authority in marriage, radically egalitarian. Corinthians, it backs it up. The wife does not have authority over her own body, but yields it to her husband. In the same way, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but yields it to his wife. That's shocking in its historical context. Greco-Roman culture that was never practiced, where it did not have reproducible, reciprocal authority, but Paul makes it. If the gospel removes slave versus free, it also must then remove male and female, referring to equal standing, dignity, and access to the Most High. That's not inferiority of women. This is one of the only ancient texts where a man's body is explicitly placed under a woman's authority.
2 minutes.
Again, we see the mutual submission. These are the verses that we see that speaks about mutual submission. Husbands are told, love your wives, just as Yeshua loved the church and gave himself up for her. That's not domination, that's self-sacrificial leadership. A system where the leader must die for the other is not a typical power hierarchy. Women as ministry leaders, Phoebe, Juanita. But I want to get to, like I was saying earlier, about that bookend. Let's go to that bookend and let's see what it says. Because it's very important that we look at that and see where we get that from. And again, now let's go. And we're going to go to Matthew. In the end of the Shabbat, as it began to dawn towards the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre. And what we're going to read about is we're going to read about the first women or the first people to witness the resurrection was women. It was them that the story was entrusted to. And we can find that story in Luke chapter 2. And it's speaking about the women and, coming upon the first day of the week, they go to the tomb and it says it was Mary Magdalene, Joanna, Mary, the mother of James, and other women that were with them, which told these things unto the apostles. So what's important to note about this is that during this time under Roman rule, the testimony of women was invalid. Yet the Most High trusted women to be the first ones to witness and spread the news of the resurrection, the most important thing. That in of itself is power displayed through women unseen anywhere. So, with that, I yield and wait till my next time. Shalom.
That is time. Let me pull this down. Now we're on to the rebuttal round for Issa Kween.
Yes. I'm ready whenever you are.
So this the Q&A round, right?
No, this is my
She's got a
rebuttal, and then I'm going to go into my third round, and then he's going to rebuttal, go into his third round, and then Q&A.
Oh, so y'all added a round.
I think I did my third round already. That was my last round.
I only did 2 rounds. So this must be my rebuttal going into my last round then.
Right.
Okay.
Your third
Gotcha.
round. Hold on. Your third round was your question and answer round.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
No, the 3 rounds are separate.
No, we were supposed to have 3 separate rounds.
Yeah, we have 3 separate rounds and then a Q&A.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all want to add? Okay.
But I believe he just did his third round, and then I'm gonna rebuttal and then go into my third round, and then we could do a Q&A if that was it.
All
if
right.
that's all he had.
Real fast.
I think I have one more rebuttal.
Hold on 1 second, real fast. I want to make sure I'm not crazy. A1, put the thing up on the thing, A1.
Yeah, you could rebuttal my third round. That will be your last rebuttal.
Right. Facts.
Okay. So round 1, round 2. Right. Y'all added a round. All right. So
yeah, we was always supposed to do 3 rounds.
So did you do your third round, Gideon? That was your third round?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now, Issa Kween, you got to do your rebuttal, right?
Yeah, and I'm going to go straight into my third round, and then he rebuttals my last round, and then that's it.
Okay. Got you. All right. Let's get it, y'all. Let's get it.
So, wait, let me just wait for the clock.
Oh, time starts when you start.
Okay. So, this is the thing, right? Because my opponent so eloquently said it before he started talking about the Egyptian laws. they were talking about uh, Ptolemaic law, Ptolemaic law, and that is when Greek people came into Egypt, right? And he said it himself that he was talking about Ptolemaic law. He was not talking about Pharaonic law. And let's look at Pharaonic law. Women's roles in ancient Egypt under the Pharaonic law. Legal autonomy. Women could own, manage, and sell property, enter contracts, and serve as witnesses in court. Marital rights. Women chose spouses, could manage their own property within the marriage, and initiate divorce, often with favorable financial settlement. Roles and professions. While the domestic sphere was common, women worked as physicians, managers, weavers, and mourners. High power. Women could rise to the highest position, including queen regents like Hatshepsut, and influential religious roles, God's wife of Amun. Legal standings. They did not require a male guardian for most transactions. So what that brother was reading about was when those weird people from the Levantine and the Greek and the Roman, all of those weird people that have a real fear of female autonomy came into Egypt and started to change the laws. That's what that brother just read. And we're not about to play that game with him. Secondly, I want the audience to notice that the scriptures that he's bringing up are not scriptures that I'm talking about in my debate. That's the second time he did that. And thirdly, please recognize when he went into his spiel about the blood, my point was not about hygiene. I could absolutely understand why, somebody on their menstrual cycle wouldn't want to travel all the way to the standardized temple. My point that I was making is that before they made a standardized temple, they got rid of our local shrines. The things that we would pray to when we was on our menstruation, when we were too pregnant to be able to make it to temple, we would do it at home. And by King Josiah stopping us from doing that and then putting a bar on us from the temple completely ostracizes us from one of our main focuses in our own spirituality, which is the menstrual cycle and childbirth. That was something that was to be prayed to as well. And they effectively took it from you. That's the point that I was making.
2 minutes.
I got more time. So again, let me read that again for him. The 2023 study of 63 foraging societies found women hunting 79% of them. When hunting was the only food source, they participated 100% of the time. Estrogen advantage. Estrogen helps metabolize fat for longer lasting energy and protects muscles from wearing down. Pelvic structure allows for longer, more energy saving steps and an advantage when tracking game in long distances. Again, I will ask you, if my own evolution and body is telling me that I am capable of hunting, why are you telling me that I can't? Because my nature is telling me that I can. And I'll just land there. I don't need that extra time. I forgot what he said. I'm going to share my screen for my final round.
And you yielded with 34 seconds left. Set it for the 12-minute timer.
Hold on, don't start it yet. Okay, I'm ready. Time begins now.
Oh, let me make this
Okay, let me know.
big again. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, time starts when you start.
Okay. In several early Christian and Gnostic traditions, Mary Magdalene is portrayed in a far more elevated spiritual role than in later Orthodox interpretations. In the Gospel of Philip, a 3rd century Gnostic text found in the Nag Hammadi, Mary Magdalene is described as the close companion of Jesus, and the text says the Savior loved her more than all the disciples and used to kiss her often on the manuscript is damaged at that point, so the exact location is missing from the surviving text. However, what is clear from the passage is not a romantic narrative, but an emphasis on special spiritual intimacy and transmission of knowledge between Jesus and Mary Magdalene in that tradition. In other Gnostic texts, such as the Gospel of Mary in 2nd century, Mary Magdalene is presented as the primary recipient of revelation. She is depicted as someone who receives teachings about the soul journey through the spiritual powers and inner transformation, often described in terms of overcoming or passing through multiple levels of spiritual reality. In this tradition, she is not secondary. She is in a position as a key interpreter of spiritual knowledge, sometimes in tension with the male disciples. Mark 16:9. When Jesus was risen early the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene. That's one of the women that, my opponent was talking about. In that same passage earlier in the gospel tradition, Mary Magdalene is described as being freed from the 7 demons. In the text itself, these demons are not defined as a structured system. They reflect ancient language of spiritual affliction, healing, and inner struggle. Mary Magdalene's 7-fold affliction, or the power of the soul, has been interpreted in some philosophical and spiritual frameworks as representing inner struggle across multiple dimensions, such as separation from versus connection, desire and attachment versus flow, ignorance or loss of self-awareness, destructive intensity or collapse, tension between physical and sacred life, distorted or incomplete wisdom, consuming anger or wrath. The 7 powers, or the 7 sins. In Pope Gregory I's homily 33, 591 CE, a major interpretive shift occurs in Western tradition, where Mary Magdalene is identified with the repentant woman and reframed primarily through the lens of sin and redemption. Over time, Christian moral theology also developed structured frameworks of moral struggle, later expressed in the tradition of the 7 deadly sins. When Gregory does not while Gregory does not explicitly equate Mary's 7 demons with the 7 deadly sins in direct formula, the broader tradition reflects a shift toward organizing inner struggle into moral categories, reframing spiritual experience into ethical classification, and redefining female spiritual figures through a penance rather than authority. So what we begin to see is a consistent pattern. As the representation of the feminine divine authority is reduced or reinterpreted, there is a parallel development in the legal and institutional structure that govern women's lives. These are not separate systems. They reinforce each other. Religious symbolism shaping social hierarchy, and social hierarchy reinforcing religious interpretation. So the next question is how the framework moves beyond scripture and law and becomes part of a larger historical system of expansion and control. In this round, I will examine how these theological and institutional structures influence broader processes of empire, colonization, and global legal systems that reshape women's status across societies. I will also address how early councils and canon formation contributed to defining orthodoxy, determining which roles, voices, and interpretations were preserved and which were excluded from official tradition. Councils of Carthage and Hippo. from 393 to 419 CE. At this council, we have a direct exclusion of the text, Gospel of Mary, Gospel of Philip, and the Pistis Sophia. These texts were banned for dualism, valuing spirit over body, and the portrayal of Mary Magdalene as an authority who passed the male disciples. Just as King Josiah, the council takes autonomy and authority away from the woman by refusing books that saw them as equals and showed female agency. However learned or holy a woman may be, she must not presume to teach men in the church or to baptize. A woman's holiness and intelligence means nothing. Her gender is the permanent disqualification. And those were actual words from the canon. Council of Laodicea, 363 CE. Canon 11 on female presidents. This canon prohibited the appointment of presbytides or female overseers within the church, meaning that they were already there. Presbytides, as they are called, or female presidents, are not to be appointed in the church. In early Christian, some senior women, often widows, were given roles to maintain order among the female congregants. Scholars like Hessel suggest that canon was meant to abolish the office of superior deaconesses, who may have overstepped authority or held a role that resembled a female priesthood, which
6 minutes.
was sought to restrict. Canon 44 on the sanctuary. This canon strictly barred women from entering the most sacred area of the church building. Women may not approach near the altar, or women are not prohibited to enter the sanctuary. This is not even talking about them on their menstruation anymore. The Old Testament just told you that you couldn't go on your menstruation. This one is telling you you can't touch it, period. It was part of a larger set of rules. Canons 40 through 44 aimed at maintaining the strict order and the sanctity within the liturgical space. Legacy. This rule established a long-standing tradition in many Eastern and Western liturgical churches that restricted access to the area surrounding the altar and to ordained clergy and male altar servers. So in the same way that King Josiah decided that the altars the temples was going to be the main place of worship and only men were going to be the main priests, these people followed that same framework. So please don't let my opponent tell you that, oh, this is not the word of God. Well, neither was freaking Josiah. His ass is in there anyway. Colonialism. So freshly equipped with the Bible, people like Pablo Jose de Arrega in 1629 created a field manual for religious inspectors called the Extirpation of Idolatry. His goal was to colonize the imagination by destroying the indigenous worldview and societies. In Peru, the gender parallelism of Andean societies were targeted. Women with their own religious and political structures. The Edict of Idolatry was a legal decree that demanded all sacred items, surrendering the physical symbolism of spiritual authority. King Josiah, again, when he took the women's Judean figurines, again, mirroring, what he was doing with the Asherah poles and outlawing personal shrines. South Africa, the marital power doctrine. Colonial law imported the concept which treated married women as legal minors under their husband's guardianship. This was justified through Ephesians 5:23, preventing women from owning property or entering contracts. The Witchcraft Suppression Act of 1895, which was based off of the 1735 British Witchcraft Act, which smell out or identify a witch, usually targeted traditional healers, the female elders, female protectors against evil or priestesses, widows, and knowledge keepers. These acts categorize indigenous spiritual practices as pretend or superstitious. Curvature laws. The biblical concept of one flesh union in Genesis 2:24 was translated into legal doctrine in English common law that was spread wherever they landed. By erasing the divine feminine aspect, Asherah and Sophia, and leaving only the male mirrored how the household would be run, with the man being the sole head. The woman had no legal identity separate from her husband. She could not own property, sign contracts, or keep wages until the feminist movement of America in the 19th century. The silence of the public voice. 1 Timothy 2, chapter 2, verse 12. Was a common verse used against the woman during the early suffrage movement by systematically erasing women with the authority like Phoebe, who delivered Paul's letters to the Romans and taught them how to read it, and also prophesied in her own right, and the authority of Mary Magdalene. It was easy to dismiss the complaints that women had. Other common reasonings include quotes like, giving women the right to vote will disturb the private household and violate God's ordained subordinate nature of women.
1 minute and 40 seconds.
In the medical field, 19th century, doctors like Harvard professor Edward Clark argued that the medical education would cause monstrous brains and puny bodies. He was using Leviticus 15, the framing of the female biology as sinful and unstable, handicap inherited from Eve. Women are legally barred from medical establishments and institutions. The church and the medical establishments work together to ensure practices medicines required university training, which is available only to men. The Malus Maleficarum, literally the hammer of the witches, taught people how to point out witches and kill them. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. And who did they target? They targeted elderly women. They targeted women, herbalists, women that lived on their own, women that were single. You know, these are things that were happening. When we look across different regions and time periods, we see not only isolated legal development, but repeating pattern of religious ideas shaping governance and social control. So I just want to end with that. Can you pause my time real quick? I just want to come back really fast.
You have 20 seconds on the clock.
I have how many seconds?
20 seconds.
All right, I'm going to use them too. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay. So I'm gonna start back up now. My opponent is not defending truth. He is defending a tradition built on edited stories. And we need to figure out how I have shown in my debate how the three autonomies of question, the body, the economy, and the spirit, all of these things have been taken away from the woman, has been reduced from the woman since the time period that I spoke about in my first round until the time period that we are on today.
That's time. Gideon.
I told you I needed more time.
It's on you. Going to Gideon's rebuttal.
All right, let's get it. Let's share my screen. Let's see what we got going here. All right. So I'm gonna be fast with it pretty much because I gotta. It's the Gish Gallop was real, but it's expected. But I just want to be able to point out the most relevant fallacies that's being committed here. So let's get to it. First and foremost, I want to say, because my opponent, she made a lot of mistakes, but one thing she didn't do, and I wanted to make sure when she did it, I illuminated. She said a woman in Israel could not own land unless she's married. And that's categorically not an error, but categorically false. So I would have to look up, and if we have a debate party, I can see what fallacy that was, but that's categorically not true. Numbers 27:8 tells us that she's wrong, but I guess she only read numbers 36 because it speaks of it in that capacity. But nonetheless, now she's continually committing non sequiturs and category errors. Babylon, she's talking about popes, she's talking about councils, she's talking about colonialism. These are not the Bible. That's not scripture. I'm waiting for her to bring forward some type of scripture that's saying that the Bible is taking power from women. But what I want, when the judges look at this, let's look at all of these fallacies she's making by doing it. Like I say, she's spending, I would say, about 90% of her debate making these errors. But let me break down one of them again that she did in particular. First let's go to Coventry laws. Again, another category error. The Coventry laws has nothing to do with the Torah. And to try to make a connection is a stretch. They both are patriarchal, but very different in its application and culture. Coventry laws, the wife doesn't exist. Women could not hold or own land, but like I just showed, Numbers 27 says a woman can own land. Numbers 36 says a woman can hold land. Now, let's look at it. Let your woman keep silent in the church. It's not permitted unto them to speak. And if they will learn anything, let them speak from their husbands. Now, let's do this paradigmatic shift again with this. And let's see. Same methodology I used again. But now it's AAA retirement home. I'm writing this letter to you in regards to the kitchen. I've been told instead of letting the men are hired to cook, there are women not assigned to be cooking, performing that task, with the results being problematic. I'm told the meat is coming out not fully cooked, the pasta coming out uncooked, etc., etc. So since it seems not understood, I'll clarify. No women are allowed to cook in the kitchen, and all meals must be cooked by the head cook as well. Thank you. Now, if we would apply that same methodology that my opponent is using with Corinthians to this text, we'll say the same things. We'll say that only men can cook women food. But let's go to what else it would say. And again, this is just breaking it down methodology, proper methodology rather. But let's see. Let's see what we have. Now, let's even break it down even further. This is the letter from Paul to the church. As we know, letters are specific, written to a person or even a group of people, in this case, addressing whatever information is known to the sender and receiver. We can do and grab very important spiritual words from it because it's the word of the Most High, and the message we receive from it is greater than its intended audience. However, the fact still remains it was a letter. Paul's intention in his letter is to address the church. If Paul knew the whole world would be reading his words, in this case specifically so universal, he would have been more clear. But this isn't the word of Paul, it's the word of the Most High, and the Most High makes it clear. And I'm about to show how he does it. Priscilla was an early church missionary. And just look at all the adjectives that describe her. This is a woman, New Testament. This is when Paul made those
1 minute.
statements.
1 minute.
It says leadership, teaching, mentorship. She instructed. Women contributed to the spreading of this gospel. So when we read this, we understand that Paul was speaking to the church in Corinthians, and it's clear it's Gentiles forming a new church. So we can't, without understanding and being objective, say that when we read Corinthians, he's making a broad claim against women. And I yield.
Gideon yields with 20 seconds left on the clock. What's going on with my sound effects? There we go. Let me pull this down. Issa Kween, are you ready for your rebuttal?
No, I don't get a rebuttal. That was his rebuttal. We're on to the Q&As now.
Oh, I'm tripping.
Yeah, it's Q&A time.
Mm-hmm.
8 minutes on the timer.
This is a back and forth open conversation, or is he about to just ask me a whole bunch of questions?
It
No,
is
it's gonna be.
Q&A round.
Because I
Yeah.
don't need 8 minutes. I'm gonna be very honest.
Yeah, I
Wait,
take my 8 minutes, but
Okay. I'll take whatever amount of minutes I need, and I'll just tell you when I'm done. You can go first, though.
Oh, you want me to go first? All right.
Yeah.
That's not a problem. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, let's go here. All right.
Let me share the screen.
So you
Can
ready?
share your screen?
Yeah. You ready, Sister Issa Kween?
Okay.
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. So in Judges 11, can you show where the Most High commands Jephthah to sacrifice his daughter?
I never said that he did. So that's a false equivalent. That's a straw man argument that you tried to make continuously within this debate.
Right. No, I'm asking a question. So you
I know, and I
agree-
give you an answer.
So you would agree that Jephthah made a vow, right? On his own?
Absolutely. Yes.
Right. All right.
So
So-
my
Hold
So
on.
wait, can I answer the question in the way that I see fit?
Go ahead.
So because
If he wants to move on, he
Oh,
can move on.
okay.
Right. Then so it's pretty much it's pretty much accurate to say the text is describing his action, not commanding it, meaning that the text that's, is saying something he did is not commanding him to do something. You would agree, right?
yeah.
All right. Now, would you so when you spoken of when God told Abraham to sacrifice Isaac and then stops him. So one case, the Most High intervenes in a command he gave, and the other, there is no command at all. Would you agree those are fundamentally different situations?
No,
How so?
because it's talking about the killing of children. So fundamentally, it's not different. That's one.
No.
Secondly,
Wait, hold on. But we're speaking in the context of assigning blame to someone. So what I'm saying is,
I'm not speaking in that context. That was never my context. That's what you're speaking of.
Well, if you're ascribing that the Bible takes power away from women and you're using this instance as one of those examples, it's clear to see that if you're using Abraham and Isaac in contrast with Jephthah, we see that the Most High told Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, whereas Jephthah did not receive that from the Most High. So let's move on. So also what I want to show is that my opponent is basically comparing apples to oranges. And the reason why I say that is, now, would you agree that across most of recorded human history, men have predominantly held leadership roles?
You say that again?
Would you agree that across most of recorded history, men have predominantly held leadership roles?
Across recorded history, yes.
Yes. Now, can you name any long-term civilization where women overwhelmingly held every, level of leadership?
No.
All right. So we're dealing with a pattern that's widespread and persistent, right?
Yeah.
So you would agree that men and women are biologically different, right?
Yes.
And on average, men are physically stronger than women, right?
No.
On average, men are not physically.
I heard you, and I said no.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure the judges heard.
Okay.
So, do men and women have different reproductive roles?
Yes.
All right. Now, do biological differences do they ever influence behavioral or social order?
What do you mean?
Do biological differences ever influence behavior or social codes, meaning that the female hyena, she's the strongest between her and the man. So that makes her the more physically dominant. And
no, I don't agree with that. And I don't agree with that's how that works. That's a very layman's version of what is happening within the animal kingdom. It's way more nuanced than that.
So biological differences, even in the animal kingdom, that does not influence roles.
No.
So the fact that a lion has a mane around his neck to protect him from predators and other apex predators, that doesn't affect and influence him being the lead predator and the lead defender rather of the people. When you see, like I said, the hyena, she's more bigger and she's more aggressive.
I said no. I said no. I don't agree with what you're saying. Do you want me to explain why, or do you want me to just keep on giving you no's?
No, I just wanted to make sure that I was clarified in that.
Yeah, I heard you. No.
About it, right? So we can agree, right, that if humans are part of this natural world, and you said that the history showed that we have been the leaders, and if history shows across all civilizations that men are been the rulers, again, I have yet to see the evidence that shows that women have those same roles. But I'll end with this, and I want to speak about the New Testament, and I was speaking about egalitarianism. And if we read the Bible in its proper context, it's based on a story, and the New Covenant is the manifestation of the Old Covenant. So would you say a system where men and women have equal spiritual status and equal social status count as patriarchal?
No.
Okay. If both men and women are given authority in the same domain, is that still patriarchy?
No.
All right. So in Galatians 3:28, where it says male and female are one in Christ, how is that patriarchal?
Because being one in Christ has absolutely nothing to do with the system of governance that's happening.
Okay, so when we look at Acts 2, when it tells the whole congregation to have all things in common and share everything that they have, is that a form of egalitarianism?
No, that's just sharing. Egalitarianism is how you live within the society. Patriarchy is how you live within a society. So just because me and my cousin, me and my white neighbor shared a cup of sugar doesn't mean that white supremacy doesn't exist. That makes no sense.
Okay. In 1 Corinthians, when the husband, his body belongs to the wife, can you name any patriarchal system or matriarchal system where men's bodies are under women's authority?
It's not under a woman's authority. It's just saying that y'all will have sex with each other. Because if the wife really owned that man's body, how the heck are y'all having 4, 5, and 6 wives?
Okay, so again, based on the text, I just need to know.
That is based on the text. How could Jacob have Leah and Rachel and both of them own his body? And then him still be able to have sex with 2 servants?
So are you saying having more than one wife, which is in Egypt as well, that's again another fallacy that you're committing, is a comparative cancellation.
How is it a fallacy?
This is what I'm saying. You can't Frankenstein this utopic understanding of what you think society was, not only in the caveman time, but by piecing together different cultures. If you're going to Kemet for one source of women empowerment, you can't run from it. And who's
running from what? Like, is there a question?
This is my question.
Thank you.
So when I presented the maxim of Ashkenazi, you do understand that text, that physical text, was discovered in a Ptolemaic period, but it comes from an older tradition. You are aware of that, right?
Which older tradition? Now you have to. Hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer. My question to you would be, what time period are you talking about? Because people.
Okay, hold on.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Now you're expounding.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm asking you a yes or no question.
First of all, no.
I'm going to pause this time. because
Right, like pause the time because you don't get to not let me respond. I get this is your segment, but you gotta let me respond.
It's a very
You don't get to just cut me off because you don't like the way it's going.
He doesn't get to let you filibuster. He actually gets to shoot the questions out if it looks as if he's cutting you off.
Because I wanna finish my sentences. And that's what I came here to do.
You're asking him a question.
So all of my questions, my question I was asking was rhetorical.
I would like to talk, please, Issa Kween. What you were actually doing was asking him a question. You were stopping him, telling him that he can't move on to his question to ask him a question because
I wasn't asking him anything. I was saying a rhetorical question. That's how I speak. You can't tell me how I talk. Okay. I talk in questions.
You said your first, Issa Kween, your first sentence was, my question to you is.
Exactly. But it was
during his question and answer round. And then he said, I want to move on. That is understood because he's the one asking the questions.
All right, I'll pass for the rest of the time since I can't explain what I was actually doing. Because
have you seen any of the debates on my channel at all?
I have seen the debates.
So you should be very familiar with this segment and how it goes.
All right, but what you're not familiar with is how Issa Kween talks. Sometimes it sounds like I'm asking you. Sometimes I can even say I'm asking you a question, but I'm not. I'm really just answering myself.
He does not have to let you land your plane.
Okay, pass for the rest of his questions.
So you're going to ignore the rest of his questions?
Absolutely. Since I cannot, I pass for my section too. No, I don't pass for my section.
Okay, what we're going to do is remove you because you're having a little meltdown right now. And I don't want to respond to any of what you're spitting out because I don't feel like that's fair to me to even have to deal with that. Wow.
So she can't just not if she want to respond to a question.
Here's what we're going. I got it. Here's what we're going to do. Gideon, you have 30 seconds left. You can ask whatever you want. She can have the choice to answer him, and then it's on her round. Are you ready, Gideon?
Yes, I'm ready.
Time starts when you start.
Again. So just to wrap it up, are you aware that women like Junia, Priscilla, they were called apostles and leaders in the New Testament?
Yes.
And again, if you can give me one scripture in the Bible, and I'll end with this, that shows that women are inferior to men. Could you show it to me right now?
In Genesis, where he says, you will be a helpmate. In Genesis, when he said your husband will have authority over you.
That's time.
Okay. So I end with this. She just gave two different scenarios.
There's nothing to add. No adding. It's on you, Issa Kween.
Does God agree with child sacrifice?
No.
So why didn't he accept a sacrifice of a child?
Which sacrifice was that?
Japheth's daughter.
It's not stated nowhere in the Bible where Yahweh accepted it. May that be noted by the judges.
So does he not punish the ones who go against him?
I don't understand your question.
Does God punish those that goes against his teachings and his laws?
I mean, yes.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. So God punishes those that goes against his law. Somebody makes a covenant to kill a child that's against his law and he doesn't punish them. Why do you think that?
It's based on free will. If that was the case, the Most High will kill every child predator in the world. But based on free will, people.
But that's not the question, though.
Their actions.
That's not the question, though. Child predators don't make covenants with God, like you said. This man made a covenant with God to kill the first thing coming out of the house. And as you said, God is against child sacrifice. So why would God accept this covenant Because he's all knowing. He knew who was going to come out the house first. Why would he accept
I don't
it
think he
if
wants
child
me to speak.
sacrifice was something that he doesn't accept?
And I can't even pause it because I'm
Again,
not.
what you're committing, and I
Hey,
enjoy
Quantum.
the judges
Can
to
you
look it up.
answer the question? Because there's no filibuster here,
You're
apparently.
right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
Ask it again.
If God made a covenant with this person who said they're going to kill the first thing coming out of the home, God is all knowing. He knew that the little girl was coming out first. Why then did he accept a covenant of killing a child
hold
if
on,
it's
Issa. Don't forget
against
your
his
thought,
own
Issa.
law? Because did he not bless and get the territory that he won, and he won the battle because of this covenant?
Again, so I'm gonna answer your question. Based on the fact that it was false, you said the Most High made a covenant with him. He did not make it. So that invalidates everything you said after that.
Okay. What's the verbiage that you would rather use?
As I showed in the slide in the presentation, Jephthah made a vow unto the Most High.
Okay. So if God did not like child sacrifice, why did he accept the vow from this man that he knew was going to end in child sacrifice?
Because free will.
Okay.
If you're
So
gonna
you have
blame
the
Most
free
High
will.
for everything that man does,
Wait, no,
that
you're
would be
filibustering now.
terrifying.
You're filibustering now. I'm just asking specifically about God not liking child sacrifice, and then this person giving a vow of child sacrifice and still getting what he wanted out of the vow. Is that not true? Did that not happen? Or did God decide to like make him reverse the battle and then he lost because he didn't like the fact that he killed this child?
Again, it's based on a category error, and things
What's the
that
category error?
is you're ascribing people having free will to the fault of the Most High. People can do what they choose.
Okay. I'm not talking about that. Okay. We're not gonna get an answer for that, obviously, because we have issues with understanding. So when we were talking about earlier societies, and I actually brought up the cave people of Israel, not the cave people. Yeah, well, you could call them that, the cave people of Israel, and their shared egalitarian society. How do you not see that if it was a shared leadership, shared society, that now you coming in and saying that a man will be above a woman is now her losing a rank in her status and value within the society?
I'm not sure how to answer that. Could you be a little bit more succinct with it?
So the Messiah cave people that I spoke about from Israel, they lived an egalitarian lifestyle where men and women were equal. And then later on in that same area, there's a tradition that says that men will be above women. They will be the authority of women. Do you not see that as devaluate or a descent in class
No,
within
because
the governmental system?
no, based on two things. The first scenario of Mesolithic era, that's postulation. And when you're speaking of the Near East, like I said in my presentation, that was developed just from the natural order of things based on biological differences.
So in the debate, when you said it's based on biological differences, and I showed you in all the places that the brain is more, in the brain of a woman has larger parts than the brain of the male, right? And why would y'all then exclude us from education, exclude us from exclude us from being able to own and have our own property isolated from you? How do you describe that if biology shows us that we are capable of handling those things on our own?
Right. Well, according to the Torah, when a woman is isolated, as you say, from a man, Not only can she own land, she can be the head of her household, but she can, and this is very important, she can make vows and hold them on her own. So I'm glad you mentioned when a woman is on her own, because she can do the same things that a man can do within the community of Israel.
So after it says that, you know, if a man has no sons, he could pass on the land to the daughter. And then after that, in I think it was like three verses down, it talks about women having to be married in order to have that land. What do you make of that?
Again, that's what I brought up. And it was actually Numbers 27 that was speaking on it. And in Numbers 27, we see that it doesn't put the stipulation of the woman having to be married.
Right, because Numbers 27 doesn't do it, but Numbers 36 that comes after Numbers 27 does. It says that the woman has to marry within the tribe. That's the part that you're missing. Does it not say that?
Again, and I brought that out earlier. What we're reading is like the Torah is set up with stop signs. So if you think it means something just from reading one verse, there will be another verse or another law that supplements it and stops a person from doing certain things, like you says.
So basically, you're agreeing that Numbers 27 says that a woman can own her own land, and then Numbers 36 comes in and says she has to marry a man, though. You're agreeing with that?
No, it doesn't say she has to.
That's time.
It says if she will.
That's time. My sound effect's not working for some reason. There it go, late. Sorry about that. Closing remarks, 3 minutes.
All right, just let me get it set up real fast. Yeah. All right, so you hear me? I'm ready, bro.
Yeah, you need your screen share?
Yes, please.
Got you.
So, timer set. Let me make that bigger for you.
So
hold on 1 second. Let me make this bigger. Nobody can see that. Sweet. Okay. We got action. Go ahead. Time starts when you start.
My opponent definitely wants something that the Bible doesn't provide. And yes, it is power, but it's not natural. The power she wants is force and is actually quite unnatural. My opponent idea of the Bible taking the power away from women is true only in the sense that the same Bible that takes that power she is talking about is the same Bible that takes that power from man. And what I mean by that, I mean it's taking unnatural power from them. It doesn't let the woman or man have unnatural power. And that's what she's been talking about all night. It's unnatural. The power the Bible gives to man and woman is rooted not only in biblical texts, but biology, sociology, anthropology, history, present day, as well as nature. All these things speak to what the Bible reaffirms. So again, that's what my opponent has been saying all night, an unnatural power. The Bible does not only recognize it, but it regulates it with the utmost reverence for the woman and the understanding of the Elohim in women. So the power my opponent wants is unnatural, not just according to the Bible, but all data points to that fact. All of it, it backs it up. And even in some instances, she reaffirmed it. My opponent's idea of power does not come from a logical understanding of what power is, but hopefully I demonstrated that fact to her conversely in tonight's debate, and as well as to the judges, because there were some certain things I actually want them to actually look at, replay, and look at not only the fallacies, but the incorrect interpretation and false labeling of scripture. Nonetheless, the power she wants is contrived, and as much as its close itself is utopic, it's quite unnatural. And again, all debate, I made sure that I showed those points, the fallacies that she committed. Again, she brought out Numbers 27 and 36. It was all incorrect. And again, I'm not speaking to my sisters who know. I'm speaking to the sisters who don't know. I'm speaking in defense of those women. I'm speaking as much as a man can by the Most High. So, it's the women who reject the natural order of things and seek to guise it as organic or harmonic when it's everything but. Tonight, I showed difference. The power of the woman, her true power, is, as I showed, the same one possesses over another, not one or a people group one. The true power of the woman is as a life bringer, teacher of the nation, advisor to the most powerful figures in history, the most adored of all Most High's creation, the apex of wisdom, the fountainhead of comfort, counsel, the incubator of life, manifesting creation through her womb. Yet my opponent seeks to ignore biological anthropology to create some sort of mangled and unnatural sense of what she deems as a woman's power, which is rooted in some utopic idea of how she deems it to be. Everything she's been saying has been arguments based on identified fallacies, compartmentalization fallacies, comparative cancellation. So
That's time.
That's it. Shalom.
Reset the timer for Issa Queen. Do you have a screen share?
No.
Get you the big screen.
No, I don't have a screen share.
I know. I put you on the big screen. Time starts.
Okay.
When you start.
Okay. So when we step back and look at the full pattern, what we see is not a collection of isolated story or unrelated laws. We see a consistent structure developing over time, from early symbolic and religious frameworks to legal codes and to institutional religion, and eventually to systems that shape entire civilizations. Across that progression, women's roles is repeatedly reshaped in the three fundamental areas that I spoke about in the beginning. Bodily autonomy. You see the control over movement, sexuality, and reproduction becomes regulated through law, lineage, and ritual authority that I pointed out during King Josiah's movement. Economic power, access to land, inheritance, and resources become conditional, structured through the male-centered systems of ownership and transfer. And be very clear, do not get confused by what my opponent is doing. What he's doing is conflating the truth. When verse 26 is there to say that if there's no boys, first of all, that right there tells you that girl, it does not matter as much as the boys, because if it was actually equal, it would just go by whichever gender is oldest. It does not. So in absence of males, right, then you're allowed to gain access to land. That is a stipulation. And inside of that stipulation, they also added that you need to be married. I don't care what this brother said. Read it for yourself. It says you need to marry someone within the tribe. And in that marriage, guess what? He absolves you because one flesh, and now that land becomes his. Going back circular into the patriarchal system. And then the spiritual authority, the access to have divine moves from distribution or household practice into centralized system that define who can interpret, lead, and represent sacred knowledge. When King Josiah took the shrines and the at-home altars from the woman and systematically put it into the temple and then blocked women from being priestess, that is him taking control of your spiritual authority. How, if you do not have these primordial freedoms of bodily autonomy, economic power, and spiritual authority, then you are being oppressed. And that is what I showed just from the Old Testament. And then I reinforced that through the New Testament. And then I showed how the people of the physical world followed the people of this mythology.
It is time. That is time. Give both of these debaters a round of applause for stepping into the Coliseum of argument and lead debate. go to a quick word from our sponsors. Let them get down, and we'll come back with some questions. Yeah, give them another round of applause. They did their thing.
All right. Now I don't have Sister Issa Kween, you can come off of mute. I don't have this ain't my video, so I can't pause it and unpause it. Let me bring it back to us. I can't pause and unpause. I just took the whole thing down. Quantum, are you there? I don't think you there. But yes, y'all. That was the debate. Go ahead, sis. I know you wanted to get some input.
Yes, so for the people that are confused in the comments, when I was answering the question, it was rhetorical. And if we replay it and go back, what I was saying was, because he asked me a question, I would have to ask which time period you're talking about, because at different time periods, there were different, roles and activities going on. That's what I was trying to say. But because y'all wouldn't let me explain, y'all really thought I wanted him to answer that question. It was rhetorical. That's one. Secondly, Gideon opened the door for all of the laws, all of the canons, and all of the councils that were happening, when he kept on saying that the way the Bible talks about women was their nature, and how the world saw women was the nature of women, when in all reality, it was the nature of women was contrived inside of these councils, was brought about inside of these temples when they decided what women can or cannot do. So, yeah, absolutely was on topic. The brother put up his best fight, but yeah, that wasn't it. That's all I wanted to say.
We got Gideon on the panel. What's up, Gideon?
Shalom. What's going on? What's going on, Humble? What's going on, Ollie? Shalom to Issa. All praise to the Most High, man. What's going on, man?
We chilling. You done missed the whole.
Man. Yeah, so I'm like, so what is this? Is this debate league or this something different, or like? Cause I be confused sometimes.
No. This is the show and the review of you and Issa Kween's debate. We just Balboa up here. Come on up here, Balboa. We didn't actually get a review of y'all debate yet. So, Issa Kween was asking about it. So, we decided to hop up here and get a little review of the debate. And, let the people see and let them get their inputs and things of that nature.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I just don't like to see.
I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. But it's corny, A1, that you blocked me in the comments. Stop being corny.
All right. On that note, can I say this?
So can I finish though? I was literally in the middle of speaking not even about to say much. Then I was interrupted by Issa Kween.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
I don't want this to boil over, Gideon. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm about to say. It's like I hate to see that they going through that, and I wish that y'all can pass that up, because that was a good debate. And I hate me being, making you crash out, being the reason that, you and my brother A1 is at odds, because you my sister too, I apologize, putting that pressure on you like that, but don't let it bleed to, to other things, because, y'all, both of y'all good people. But go ahead, Humble.
I can't take y'all. Like, as soon as y'all get cut off, as soon as a woman starts raising her voice a little bit, y'all want to call that crashing out. When I watch y'all lose y'all shit on these panels, lose your mind on these panels, but somehow y'all could come back and it be fine. Y'all don't lose character. Y'all don't none of that. All I said was I didn't ask you a question. That's all I said. And somehow I'm the fucking scum sucking demon from beyond the grave. Like, it's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense to me. But y'all can have it. I'll wear the, Mary Magdalene. Oh, y'all, I want to wear it. This shit is wild. Sorry, Humble. Do your thing, brother.
I get you. All right, so I was actually about to, Gideon kind of stole the floor, but me knowing you, Sister Issa, me knowing you, A1, we grown here, Sister Issa Queen. I know you grown. A1, I know you grown. All the extra miles, all the back and forth. This is why I told y'all sit down and had a conversation. It really was a misunderstanding. Issa Queen talking, in rhetorical questions. She was responding to what Gideon was saying. She wasn't asking him a real question, but she was asking him a rhetorical question. Gideon thought she was asking him a real question, so he went to cut her off. She was trying to explain. The whole shebang happened. It was all a misunderstanding. We just watched it. Right, so it ain't like we can go back and say no. Issa Queen was asking him a real question. It was literally she was trying to get out that her answer, but Gideon didn't want to hear it. And what Issa Queen, listen, we all watch sports, bro. If Shaq come down the lane and he getting fouled too hard, he wilding out. You see what I'm saying? Hey, y'all ain't playing the game fairly. My man Wemby threw an elbow in the finals. Y'all not playing the game fairly. So if a person is feeling as if they're not being treated fairly in a debate, of course they're going to speak up and say something. We can't fault nobody for that. One thing I do that Gideon did say is I love how everybody jumped back on track. But it seemed like after y'all jumped back on track and after all that was over, everything was just the little subliminals. And it's just like, yo. One thing I never did was I never heard Issa talk behind A1 back. Oh, I don't like him. I don't rock with him. Don't go over that. I ain't never hear that. I ain't never hear A1 like, yo, she can't come over here, man. So I think y'all just had an issue about that, about what was going on. It was a misunderstanding. And hey, let bygones be bygones. All that other stuff ain't needed.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Like, at the end of the day, one thing I don't do is be disrespecting people. Like, y'all don't come to my panel. Well, Gideon, you don't come to my panel, but y'all don't come to my space and I mute y'all or I drop
How come y'all feel like y'all don't have to respect me on my space, though? How come y'all feel like y'all don't have to respect me on my space?
But you are literally disrespecting me right now.
No, I disrespected you right now. You just talked about my dad. That's why you're blocked in the comments.
You hear me talking.
You don't get. Hold on, let me kick her off. You don't get to talk about my dad. You don't get to. I don't care. It's my channel. Again, she keeps thinking she can tell me how to run my stuff, and that's been the problem from the very beginning. That's been the problem from the very beginning. I don't go to somebody else's channel and argue with them about how they run their program. This is very uncanny for you. And you're not Napai, and I'm not Sanetter. You don't get to come and argue with me every day like I'm not doing my job. If I'm not doing my job, just don't come. This is not going to keep happening. You don't get to talk and slander my dad in the comments and think you're going to keep coming back up here. Are you still up here? You shouldn't even be on this stage. You're not welcome here anymore. We're not going to deal with this.
Your father, you're lying right now, and for some reason you're extremely sensitive.
Hold on, Bellboy.
Right. What's going on is nobody's going to disrespect me in my space. If you have a problem, you can leave too. This is real simple and real easy. I run a great decorum-filled space. Nobody should be crashing out with me for telling them what the rules are. She shouldn't be getting irate with me because she's confused about how the Q&A goes. That was the first problem. This is an ongoing theme with her. Challenging my authority every time that she comes around when things aren't going the way she likes. If that's the case, you need to
Honestly,
start your own platform, sweetie.
Y'all got into it over the same situation when we was watching the thing.
Yeah, she asked him a question. Her question was, her question to him during his question and answer round was, my question to you, quote unquote, my question to you would be, what time period? You're not allowed to ask him questions. He's the one asking questions. And if he wants to move on, you can't say, I'm not done. It's his Q&A time for him to control. You get your own Q&A time to control. But instead, she just chose to crash out on me for telling her what the rules were. And I still kept decorum. But dealing with this hyper aggressive feminist females, I'm not about to be arguing with aggressive females on here. I didn't get aggressive with you, and you shouldn't have turned it up on that level either. And I'm not going to continue to deal with it every time you come up here. That's not fair to me. You're making my space uncomfortable. And if you can't come in here and have some decorum, be calm and respect my rules, then you don't need to be here. If every time you come you have to argue, just don't come. If every time you come over here you think I'm being unfair, just don't come. If you don't like it, you're not who it's for.
Say, brother, keep it 1,000. That's why, like, I was confused. I was like, who channel am I on? Because, like, no matter where y'all, like, I don't know, man. It's like when you have a fight with a person, and y'all either gonna fight again, or y'all just not gonna like antagonize each other.
Hold on.
And from what I'm hearing, like how she was in the chat and just even on the platform, like I had the question, like, is this even A1 channel? Because he gave her a lot of flexibility to be disrespectful.
She's been tripping for weeks, bro. She's been tripping for weeks, and it started with this debate. I can't believe that she did that at the debate. That was really embarrassing.
Now, really
to have a black woman talking to me like that when I'm just trying to tell people what the rules are. That shit was very uncalled for, and I don't appreciate it.
Now, really fast, y'all know that's my sister. And we know that if Gideon is talking and Gideon is getting interrupted, Gideon going to say something. You see what I'm saying? If people are talking and people are getting interrupted and in the heat of the moment, they're going to say something. You see what I'm saying?
But look, she's so wild. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But she's so wild. She thinks she could talk about my dad in the chat. Why does she think she could talk about my dad in the chat and I'm not going to block her? Like, how soft do you think I am? How much of a bully are you? You don't, like, you're not seeing your own behavior?
Yeah, that's crazy. The brother said he spoke with the elders and she just assumed that he talking about his dad, which he is.
No, I was talking about my dad. I talked about him. He already told me. Like, I sent it to him to watch. He never got a chance to finish the scorecard, but he started watching it. And he asked me about what happened. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, she got kind of irate. I was trying to explain it to her. She got more mad and was trying to tell me, no, that's not how it goes. Like, I didn't create the rules for the tournament. Like, it's my tournament. I created the rules. How are you going to tell me that's not how it goes? I know how it goes. I'm trying to let you know because you obviously you're new here. But instead of asking me with grace, I was met with hostility. And it's just crazy. And she did the same consistent pattern.
Now, I think that's something I'm hearing from both of y'all. She's saying that every time she meets you, she meeting you with hostility. You coming at her with hostility. You saying every time you meet up with her, y'all meeting with hostility. So is there a way that y'all can have conversations since y'all both are not hostile people? So then y'all won't have a conversation in hostility. You see what I'm saying? Oh, snaps, he dropped out the panel.
I think he dropped. I guess he'll be back or whatever. But yeah, man, what y'all brothers think of the debate?
Now, what I'm gonna do is you said what? Oh, go ahead. What you were saying, Gideon?
Nah, what you gonna do, bro?
Oh, cause no, we about to open it up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just asking you, what was y'all thoughts and opinions on the debate? You know, that was a good debate, man.
Yeah, it was a good debate. What I actually want to do is, where is Quantum, bro? Cause I don't want to shut it down, but hold on one second, y'all.
But yeah, man, it's unfortunate, but you know, I was watching it and I definitely hit the points that when I was watching it this time, I was saying I hope I hit these points, and I hit them. So you know, like I said, you know, she kept going, and I hate to, you know, wish the sister could be here, but you know, she just kept going to places, you know, where you know the debate topic, you know, it didn't dictate for her to go. It was the Bible. It wasn't Babylon. It wasn't Rome. It wasn't, you know, none of these things. It was the biblical text. And I understand when a person first look at it and hear somebody say something about the Bible and even read the text and might affirm it, you could take it and run with it. But, you know, upon close examination, you'll see, you know, that it doesn't pan out that way. But, you know, like I said, that was a good debate, man. Appreciate the sister for participating. And you know, yeah, man. Oh, put that link in the chat. Anybody want to come up? Well, I guess Humble got to come back. But
Probably somebody waiting to catch some of my blessings. Hallelujah.
Hey, Bobo, you here?
I got somebody named More Fitness on WhatsApp. Oh, hey. What's up? I'm here.
All right. I didn't even see you down there.
Well, I'm gonna come back in the queue.
Oh.
Hey, y'all ain't gotta worry about me no more.
So yes, I'm here. I was put down in the comments. And I just want to say as a spectator, right? I just copied the whole chat.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we will find nobody said nothing about this man's father. We will find that what was said was in response to him saying, like, using his father to back up all his claims about his position about what happened in the debate. I was saying in the comments, well, actually, I think there's other people here in the comments that disagree because I was watching. I'm in the comments, so I'm watching. We're having the conversation in the comments, right? He started to say he can't be gaslit. Nobody's going to tell him his father's a psychologist and all of this kind of stuff. And then I said, well, disagreeing with you and gaslighting you are two different things. Go ask your dad. That's not disrespecting his dad. Also, when Issa was responding to him, she made a comment that was directed towards him, not his father. Mm-hmm. He seems to not be able to understand the difference, and now he's making it seem like we were attacking a man that we don't even know when we are attacking his behavior in the comments. And just to think that really in this space, we are patrons. We're in the comments supporting this. However you feel, this is a debate. This is the other thing, right? To be sensitive about people's opinions about real.
Oh, okay. D. Oh. All righty, y'all. What Gideon? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right. before I go in, right, I do got some things to say because this has put me in a weird position. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, because these are my sisters. And Balboa don't even know what's going on. And so I understand people feel disrespected, things of that nature. I feel like conversations need to be had. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Gideon.
Yeah, now, man. I say, man, it's unfortunate, but you know, as far as the debate, man, again, good debate. You know what I'm saying? She put a lot of effort into it. You know, she brought forth her information, and you know, she made a pretty good presentation. You know, yeah. But again, my opinion, you know, wouldn't matter in this situation because I was involved. So
Now, Gideon, you know we was up here, boy. What was your thought process going into this debate, Gideon?
going into the debate,
Yeah.
well, you know, just focus on, you know, what her claim was. And that was that the Bible take power from women. So, you know, as with all debates, we got to define terms. And
Were you aware that in your debate you agreed that the Bible take power away from women, just not in a misogynistic way?
no, I said it takes unnatural power.
Away from women, but just not in a misogynistic way.
No, because it takes unnatural power from men as well. So
I actually agree with Issa's point, but I don't know.
Yeah, I know you won't
I
go
was actually
hard,
on her side. You know, I was actually on her side.
Yeah, but see,
Until
that's
she
what I'm
tried to take
saying.
my
But like,
power away on
you
my
know,
own shit.
like, yeah, like, and I know that, like, cause, and Humble mentioned, and he compared it to a sport. Like, if I would compare this to any sport, I would say it's like boxing. And in boxing, you definitely don't start hitting on the ref. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and
So
I wanted to say thank you, and I appreciate you for showing supreme decorum through all of that, because she put both of us through a lot that day. And you know, salute to you for maintaining your decorum. I maintained mine too, and she was trying to crash out on me as the host, which I just feel is unwarranted and shows a lack of respect for the platform, the space, and what I'm offering. I still sent her $50, even though she was acting like that. My dad watched it. He called me as soon as he saw that part. And gaslighting was his word of choice, actually. Like, yeah, she was trying to gaslight you. Like, she wasn't trying to ask the question, but the first word out of her mouth was a question. And I was like, oh, okay. I'm like, I'm glad you noticed that. But let me know when you get the scorecard in. But I'm going to just tell him, don't even worry about it, man. Like, I wasn't even going to have nobody judge this when Humble had hit me up. And I sent it to him today, so, but I'm just telling him, don't even worry about that shit now. And I don't know, it's just an ongoing thing with her coming up here, challenging my authority, and being quite aggressive with me.
That's
And
why
I'm non-confrontational by nature, and I'm definitely non-confrontational with women. And once I get to arguing with a woman, one of us got to go. Either you about to go or I'm about to go.
I feel like y'all need to have a conversation, bro. That's why I feel like y'all need to have a conversation. Y'all haven't talked in a conversational setting. So I think every time y'all meet, it just be smoke from the last time y'all had interactions. That's why I think y'all need to have an actual sit down.
I agree. And this was the very first interaction where she ever talked to me crazy or crashed out on me. And it was completely unwarranted. But ever since this day, when she crashed out on me just for simply explaining the rules to her, she's been continuously doing it to me. And it's like, I have to fight like I'm in a relationship. But I'm actually single right now, and I don't have anybody in my life to mess with me like in this fashion. And if I do, I can just not pick up the phone. But you know, the women in my life don't do me like this. They treat me with patience. I treat them with patience. The same way we're talking right now, me and Issa Kween could have a conversation. I don't know where all this animosity that she has inside of her is coming from. I'm assuming it's just because she hates, I mean, she's the feminist, and maybe I'm a man. So maybe she feels like she has to talk to me like this. But I actually don't respect anybody who talks to me like this, man or female. I respect people who have decorum, who have patience, who don't come trying to trigger my anxiety or none of that. I don't want to be worked up at all. I don't want to be argumentative with people. I don't want to go back and forth with anybody, which is usually why you see me not talking so much. And she chose to handle me the way she did because she could have handled me with grace and with patience. I've seen her handle people the same way before. I saw her handle Chosen that way. Chosen was coming at her crazy, cussing her out, calling her names. She was so unbothered. Where is that Issa Kween at? The Issa Kween who
Hold
moves
on
with
now,
grace
A1.
and all of that through the room because you keep attacking me every time you're upset. And I can't attack you every time I'm upset. I can't come. I wouldn't even want to. And I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out when is this going to stop on her end, so that way
Right.
I don't have to keep being in defense mode. I've been in
And that,
defense mode since she crashed out on me at the debate. How am I defending myself and my own shit and my own debate that I'm hosting? It's just very strange behavior, and it's gaslighting to make it seem like I'm the problem. That's
and
what's gaslighting.
Again, A1, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. And like I say, bro, you know, she had to lash out somewhere, bro. None of the
I
licks
think
was landing, bro. None of her hits was landing on me, bro. So she just had to turn somewhere and land a punch, bro. I mean, the whole damn debate, she ain't land a punch, bro. So just keep that in mind, bro. You know what I'm saying? You was just standing still, you know, thing you just moderating, then bam. So you gotta just keep that in mind, bro. You know what I'm saying?
now
And
Gideon,
and
real
I'll
fast.
let you go. Okay.
So this
Nah,
is
but she ain't hit me not one time in the debate, but not 9 times, bro. But go ahead, Rumble.
but this is why instead of calling it crashing out, I think we look at these things, we call them misunderstandings. And that's the issue. I don't think it's like, oh, she's angry at you. I think y'all are having misunderstandings. You see what I'm saying? Once y'all clear those misunderstandings up, I'm sure y'all would be able to have a conversation. And agreed, you know, when it was column, she was trying to make her point, you was trying to make your point. You see what I'm saying? And this is where nobody's above this is where nobody's above correction. You see what I'm saying? You in the debate, you in the heat of the moment, you know the referee give you a tech. Hey, look, low blow. Can't do that. You know, okay, yeah, decorum, you know, we get it. And sometimes people look at the host as the bad people. Hey man, y'all should have let da da da. We are humans. We make mistakes. You see what I'm saying? And that's the point of this whole thing. I don't think anything that came was from your part, A1, or from her part was maliciously intended to attack one another. That's why I keep saying that. Y'all have to have that conversation. Like even in the comments, like I don't think y'all was maliciously trying to attack each other. I think when we came to that part, you wrote in the comments, you know, you saw what you saying was going on. She wrote what was going on. And somewhere in there was like, okay, I feel attacked. You see what I'm saying? That's why when she came up here, the first thing I said was like, all right, be on your decorum. You see what I'm saying?
And
It's a lot of
it's one thing for her to have a problem with anything. That's normal and that's okay. But it's how you address the problems that you have. Like, how are you talking to me? Are you not aware how you're speaking to me? Everybody can see you talking to me like I'm your baby daddy who left you with the kids. I don't want to be talked to like that by another black woman. Period. That's not fair. And like I told her, I'm not Sonetter and you not Nepal. If you feel like I'm not fair, just go somewhere else. I don't want you arguing with me every day, trying to gaslight me to get extra time to talk. And you're not doing it fair. So that way you get your way in the question and answer round. I am the final say on this page. And that's not like I'm not above correction, but I've hosted enough debates to know I'm doing my job. We rewound that back. She's trying to ask him a question during the question and answer round. And that's her fault if she asked rhetorical questions. She shouldn't have posed it as a question. My question to you is, that's how she started it. My question to you is, what time period are you talking about? That's exactly what she asked, and he tried to move on. And that a person can do that. They can say, "Oh, I'm going to the next question. You don't get what I'm saying. Next question." They don't have to. And that's a tactic that people do to kill the other person's time. Is they'll try to keep posing questions to the actual questioner, and a smart questioner would never answer the opponent's questions when it's their question to answer time. It's literally a debate tactic. And then she tried to get me to help her, like, implement it. No, I'm not, shorty. I appreciate you, but I know what I'm doing. And no matter how aggressive you get with me, it's not going to change.
Yeah. Now, one thing I will say is, before she got off the panel, one point she made is, when we up here and we getting heated, right? That's the same point I just made about Gideon. If we over here and we over talking shit, I do that. I do it sometimes too, right? Somebody is talking and we cut each other off. Some people are sensitive about that, and that's why I say, yo, this is a whole misunderstanding. Because I don't think that, and even when we seen a video, I don't think that she was trying to encroach or change things. She was trying to explain herself. And then with the right there, bang, okay, you trying to explain yourself? Ain't no need.
Can you rewind it to that point? Can we rewatch that?
Yeah.
So we can see how calm I am and how aggressive she is with me. So that way we can actually identify where the problem lies. Because that's problem number one. Why are you talking to me like that? You're not my girlfriend. You don't get to speak to me like that. Nobody on this platform gets to speak to me like that. Unless, like, I've allotted it and let them know, like, hey, let's engage in some debate style. And, you know, wherever it goes is okay right now. I'm literally moderating a debate. Why is she talking to me like that? That was some ghetto ass shit, and I was embarrassed.
Where is their little joint, man?
I was embarrassed, bro. This woman up there arguing with me on my own stuff, like I don't know what I'm doing, and I was very aware, like, yeah, you trying to ask him a question. So I was, and then she said I wasn't trying to ask him a question. I speak in rhetorical questions. Well, I mean, now it sounds like you're double talking to me. You didn't ask him a question, but you were asking him a rhetorical question. I don't know. I mean, I do know. I've been here before. Again, you got to remember how many debaters I have coming to this platform, how many different personalities. I try to maintain a sense of professionalism, and what I've been dealing with from her is just the least bit professional. And it sucks that it's a black woman. Like, come on. But I feel like this is what I'm not gonna get into that. I don't know. I feel like people are playing on my sense of wanting to be the good guy. And you know what? I'll just be the bad guy in your story. How about that? I've tried being the good guy for several times, and you keep crashing out on me, and I'm tired of it, and I'm done. I'm not going to keep being talked to any kind of way in my own space when I continue to keep trying to talk to you with decorum and respect you.
Yes, that damned. Yo, this shit pissing me off, bro.
It's just not going to happen, man.
Because why can't I have this shit?
There's a lot of different places and spaces. If you don't like it, you're not who it's for. And that's okay. I know one thing I can't do is make 100% of the people happy all the time. Apple can't do it. Android can't do it.
Where is my thing?
People going to have to pick a side. Some people going to go over here. Some people going to go over there. And that's cool. We still going to thrive. And there's enough people for us to all be successful regardless. So I'm not tripping on who don't like it over here, who doesn't like my rules, who doesn't like me holding them accountable for their decorum and the way they speak to me. And, you know, that's just is what it is. If you can't talk to me nice, don't come over here. I've worked too hard in life and too hard to build this to let people come talk to me any kind of way, especially if I haven't spoken to them that way first. It's just not going to happen.
Where is... Hey, yo, hold up. Am I tripping?
Peace to the gods.
Hold on, man. Where am I? What? Oh, this is just...
Shalom, what's going on, bro? Yeah, I was listening to the debate. I really don't like to get into debates because one, most debates that I listen to are full of presuppositional. Oh, peace to the panel, peace to the gods. I wanted to use my big words today because I have a
This my
lot to
brother Osiris.
say. Yes,
Hey
yes.
yo, I
Peace,
know this
God.
ain't Osiris over here.
Yes,
What's
it
up,
is.
Elder Osiris? Hey,
Yeah, you
what's
know,
up, big bro?
anywhere you go, brother, I got your back and I'm there. You already know.
Hey,
You
listen, man.
already
You know
know.
I appreciate you.
Same here, man. You already know how I do, especially with the debates. And when it comes to a lot of presuppositionalized ideas or expectations, I can't do it because it's just too much. You know, you have to explain too much. And then when you're using simple English, and you know, when somebody's not using simple English as well, it's kind of difficult to communicate. So you have to resort to rhetorical means because the denotative is not effective. The connotative aspect of the conversation is askew because everybody has different meanings. So the rhetorical aspect is like a last resort to extract some definitive, concise meaning of what the rhetoric is. You know, it's like fighting fire with fire. And see, this is why I don't do ecclesiastical debates, because these are just interpretations, pontificated, cherry picked, straight from conjecture. Nobody was even there. And even the empirical evidence that is left behind is basically left for interpretational evidence, and scientific evidence made that empirical evidence inconclusive. So it's just different ways to go about it. And when it comes to debates, we have to have a keen ear. And I'm not just saying because hosts bear a responsibility. Hosts and people that have authority over debates, we don't know when somebody's going to say something stupid or do something stupid, because we want people to be adulting. When people are adulting, there is no chastisement. There's no whimpering, no crying, no victimhood. There's none of that. Everybody's moving along because the common purpose and goal is priority. And that's what we all are working for. So anybody in the way of that is noticed by everybody that's on their way to the goal immediately. So, you know, these presuppositionalized ideas, if they're not caught, it's an injustice to everybody, to the hosts, to the participants, to the audience. And if nobody speaks up or says anything about it, then the whole argument is futile. And then, you know, everybody's using these words, gaslighting, and it just makes me laugh so much how this wave of ideology just takes place and rides itself out. And then I'm going to be quiet, but this is an excellent example of what goes on. Presuppositional ideas or interpretations of conjecture. We have these people saying men are hunters and women are gatherers. You know, hunter gatherer, and they had this whole paradigm in their mind of how men and women were in the days of ancient and old, and you know. There is no empirical evidence to support that claim. There's actually evidence contrary to it. But some men,
Continue, my brother.
okay, I'm gonna substantiate my claim. There was in the 60s, there was two men that wrote a book, and the name of the book is called Man the Hunter. That's the name of the book. Man the Hunter. Man the Hunter, the statement that men were hunters and women were gatherers were made by these two white men in the 60s. And now everybody's riding that wave. Everybody's riding these waves of presuppositionalized ideas based on scant evidence or no evidence at that. Just an ideology that people say this is concrete and fundamental, where they weren't even around. And what they're reading is the perspective of the author, and the reader, is not going to be interpreting the author's rendition or explanation 100%, and I give it about 30%. So I'll stop there, but You know, this is why I don't get into these types of things, man.
No, that's a fact. I agree with that. What I want to do really fast, I don't know where, and then we're gonna get to you, Gideon. I don't know where A1 went. He probably still listening. But we're gonna go back and we're gonna go see where the problem persisted. Let's see. Can y'all hear this first off? Hear this.
That's again another fallacy that you're committing is a comparative cancellation.
How is it a fallacy?
This is what I'm saying. You can't Frankenstein this utopic understanding of what you think society was, not only in the caveman time, but by piecing together different cultures. If you're going to Kemet for one source of women empowerment, you can't run from it. And who's
running from what? Like is there a question?
This is my question.
Thank you.
So when I presented the maximum of Ashkenazi, you do understand that text, that physical text, was discovered in the Ptolemaic period, but it comes from an older tradition. You are aware of that, right?
Which older tradition? Now you have to. Now hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer. My question to you would be, what time period are you talking about? Because
Okay, so she said, let me answer. Let me come up when I say this. I'm going to show y'all where the miscommunication came in at. She said, let me answer. My question to you then would be, because, which lets you know she's answering her own question. Let's get into it.
People
okay, hold on. So
hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Now you're expounding.
All right, now Gideon, you gotta take some responsibility, Gideon, because she was answering your question.
No, I'm here. I had to step away, man. My fault, man. I missed all that.
Okay, I said, watch this. I'm gonna take it back for you, Gideon, so you can hear it.
Based on the text, I just need to know.
That is based on the text. How could Jacob have Leah and Rachel and both of them own his body? And then him still be able to have sex with two servants?
So are you saying having more than one
questions?
All right, I'll pass for the rest of the time.
But by piecing together different cultures, if you're going to Kemet for one source of women empowerment, you can't run from it. And who's
running from what? Like is there a question?
This is my question.
Thank you.
So when I presented the maximum of Ashkenazi, you do understand that text, that physical text, was discovered in the Ptolemaic period, but it comes from an older tradition. You are aware of that, right?
Which older?
Okay, so your question to her, Gideon, was she aware that the text that you mentioned from the Ptolemaic period was an older text? You asked, was she aware of that? This is what her answer was. This is what her answer was.
The tradition. Now you have to. Now hold on.
Go back, bro. Okay.
Listen, hold on. What? It's right here. She started to expound. You was about to cut her off. She said, "Hold on."
I mean, that sounds like a yes or no question.
She's about to expound because
how can you expound if you know it? If you know that, but go ahead.
All right. So she was getting ready to get it in. You cut her off. She said, "Hold on." Now she about to get in. What? Listen.
Ask me a question. Let me answer. My question to you would be, what time period are you talking about? Because
you heard that, Gideon.
That's a horrible. First of all, bro, this is my question and answer round. She can't answer. Like, I understand you asking for clarification. I understand you asking for clarification, but that's a bad question to ask for. Like, what period are you talking about? Obviously, I'm talking about an earlier period, and obviously, I'm asking if you know about it. So if you asking me what period, you right there, you dodging right there. But go ahead, bro, play it.
You missed it, Gideon. You missed the whole thing. Hold on, let me take it back for you again. You missed the whole thing. Listen to what she say after your question.
Not, you do understand that text, that physical text, was discovered in a Ptolemaic period, but it comes from an older tradition. You are aware of that, right?
Which older tradition? Now you have to.
No.
Now hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer. My question to you would be, what time period are you talking about? Because
my question to you would be, what time period are you talking about? Hold on, Gideon. Don't cut me off.
Bro, you can't ask questions. You can't ask questions when
you're missing the point, Gideon. Wait a minute. See, you keep missing the point because you keep wanting to talk. Hold on. She said, my question to you will be what time period, because she's not asking you anything. She's giving you an answer. You clearly just heard her right here say because, which means she wasn't finished talking.
Okay, so okay, play it.
Okay. As you know, people.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. Let me finish.
And that's where you cut her off at. She wasn't finished talking.
My brother, that's my time, right?
Rewind it, humble.
I have the right to say when she's like, you know, filibustering, right? Because the questions that she's asking is not pertinent to what I'm asking her. My point is just that it was found before the Ptolemaic period, so you can't put it on the Greeks. We're not going to waste time, run around the tree, and, you know, that's not the point of my question. So I have the right to stop her when she's trying to take me to the Superdome. That's not how this section goes, bro.
All right, so
that's not how it goes, bro.
It's definitely not how the section goes. And I sent her a debate, one of my debates actually. So, like, I sent her my debate against Quinn, and my rapid fire was way more worse than that. And when Quinn didn't know the answer, I moved right on to the next question. I didn't give her a chance to try to figure it out or filibuster, none of that. And he doesn't have to when it's his allotted rapid fire time.
Based on
as soon as she started playing around, he could be like, up next question. That's just how that goes. Again, I asked her, are you familiar with our format?
You were actually doing was asking him a question. You were stopping him, telling him.
All right. Oh, dang,
look, as one of those
traffic spots, they so hot.
Okay, so when we look at Acts,
all right, so here it is.
Could you show it to me right now?
Can you rewind it for me?
Oh yeah, I'm rewinding now.
Okay,
because
she's trying to get to that spot where you asked.
So she can't. Yeah. So she can't just not.
All right, here.
If she want to respond to a
question, you were stopping him, telling him,
"Go back," so that way we can hear her try to ask him. He asked the question, and she responds with the question, and he tries to move on. You know, he doesn't have to answer her questions. It's not his her question and answer time. Like, why is this so confusing?
When it tells,
why is everybody confused?
All right, but you gotta let me right here. So here go right here, A1. All right, so she asked him a question. So he asked her a question. She said, "You gotta let me respond."
You don't get to just cut me off because you don't like the way it's going.
Go back so that way we can hear the cutoff. No, you didn't go back far enough. I want to hear her cut her off. You actually are cutting it short. You're cutting away the part where she's asking him a question during his question and answer time.
No, that's not that part. That's not that part. A1, that's not that part. That part came later. This was the first time when he was asking her a question, and she said, hold on.
Time starts when you start.
Okay.
I want to finish my sentences. And that's what I came here
Well,
to
you're
do.
asking him a
So,
question.
so all of
Hold
my
on.
questions
Let
was
me.
my
No,
question.
that's not the part. Go back,
This is what
humble.
I'm saying. You can't
Because I'm clearly stating that she's
Frankenstein
asking
All right,
him a
no,
question.
this is it right here. This is it right here.
understanding of
Hold
what
on. I'm
you
gonna
think
pause it right here.
society was,
You have
not
to go
only in the
back
case.
some more.
All right.
Go. You have to go back some
No,
more,
this is it. It's 10:21. This the
bro.
question
I'm
right
telling
here.
you,
This
it's.
is
Hold,
right here.
did you hold on? I just heard myself tell her you're asking him a question and he doesn't have to answer your question.
No,
So
that
that
was
lets me
what
know
that
that
was
you need to rewind
rewind
it.
A1.
Okay. So
Right.
you're about to go
That was
prior. You're about to go to this. Okay. So you're about to go to before where I said that, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I
Caveman
posted
time,
a lot of
but
it.
by people together, different cultures. If you're going to Kemet for one source of women empowerment, you can't run from it. And what you
Who's
what
running from what? Like
so, so
is there a question?
This is my question.
Thank you.
So when I presented the maxim of Ashkenazi, you do understand that that text, that physical text, was discovered in the Ptolemaic period, but it comes from an older tradition. You are aware of that, right?
Which older tradition? Now you have to.
No.
Now hold on. You asked me a question.
Now you see right there, she was
Yeah,
answering
right
his
there.
question, cutting the end. He said, "Hold on, you asked me a question. You have to let me finish. Just because you don't like what I'm saying, don't give you the right to cut me off." That's
So
what she
I have the
said.
right for her to ask that. She still man
Hold on, Gideon.
her answer. But go ahead.
My question to you would be, what time period are you talking about? Because
Pause it.
people came.
Pause it. That's what she doesn't get to do. Right there. And if as soon as he wants to move on, he can. And that's why I checked her about that. I didn't even check her. I just let her know. She tried to check me. She's literally telling this nigga, nope. You're about to let me ask you this question. Nope.
Right, because
Don't cut
then
me off. I'm about to ask
even
you
if it's
this. Like,
rhetorical, humble, even if it's rhetorical, like she says, she's setting it up for me to answer her first initial question, was which time period. So now she's gonna filibuster all these seconds. No, this is what I'm
What you
saying.
mean?
This is what
No.
she said.
We sitting
Humble,
here
listen,
listening
bro.
to her.
Listen, humble, listen. She literally said, well, then I gotta ask you what time period. So whatever she's gonna finish saying, it's gonna wind up being that question. So now she's gonna explain to me why I need to clarify what time period, when that's not even the point of the question. The point of the question is to show that it comes from an earlier tradition than the Ptolemies. And she's trying to say that it's the Greeks that did that. So I have the right to stop her when she's drifting off from the point that I'm trying to make her face. But go ahead.
Okay.
You don't have
So
to
the
answer
point I
any
was
questions
making.
though during your question and answer round. Like that's the whole thing. It doesn't matter if it's a clarification. If he wants to move on, he can.
Okay.
Like this is not a mystery. My whole tournament was like this. Some people utilize this to their advantage. Some people it worked against. I had judges take points away from people who were actually cutting their opponent off and not letting them finish.
Right.
Like so, she didn't have to fight me because if things were unfair in her favor, it would have been recognized by the judges. But this is the way our tournament is set up. This is why the question and answer round is so fire.
Right.
Everybody waits for the question and answer round because of how it's structured.
But this is the issue you and her got over it with. This was the misunderstanding that you and her got over it with. She wasn't.
I don't have to work out nothing. That's the thing I'm trying to tell you. All I can do is tell people how it goes. Now, if they don't like it, that's okay, But here's the thing: I don't go to nobody else's platform and do this.
Now,
even when people cut me off and do other stuff, I don't tell them how to run their platform, and I don't argue with them on their platform. I just be like, okay, well, maybe that's not the space for me. I didn't like how that went. Like, I'm not about to argue. No, you gonna do it like this. This is how it's supposed to be done. Like, that's not how they doing it.
That's not what she was saying in here, though.
Bro, yes, it was. Watch when she started talking to me. She's trying to tell me I was asking a question, and then she says I was asking a rhetorical. I wasn't asking a question. I was asking a rhetorical question. It's like now you're double talking to me. But either way,
the
maybe
question was rhetorical.
Yes.
Meaning,
Well, maybe she'll
I did
learn.
not want him to answer.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, now she was going to learn not to pose a rhetorical question in my question and answer round. because the opponent doesn't have to answer anything, and he could just pretend like it was literal. Like it's just a bad tactic. It wasn't good for her.
Right. Now, but I want to show this part because this is where you and her misunderstanding came in at. It wasn't because she was trying to change anything. She was trying to explain the fact that she was trying to answer the question. Listen to this. Listen.
Hold on. So
hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Not responding. I'm
Let
asking
me
you.
finish what I'm saying.
I'm asking you a yes or no question.
So now Gideon got to take some more responsibility. Because
Nah, bro, because I have the right to do that. Listen,
Yeah,
Humble,
why
listen.
do you think that
He doesn't have the right to do that, Humble. What part you don't understand? If I have the right to stop the conversation. Listen, Humble, bro, listen. This is what I'm telling you, bro.
You cut her
Listen,
off. You didn't say next question. You didn't say let's move on.
I don't much have to say next question. I
he
have the
don't
right.
have to.
I have the right to stop the filibustering and still, man, my position even more if she's trying to drift off. That's what I'm saying. And just from the fact that she wouldn't even stop and she just ran over the whole
She's in the
conversation,
middle of answering
it's
a
crazy.
question.
Bro.
If you in the middle of answering, be real, Gideon. Come on now, time out. Let's stop all the bullshit.
No.
If you in the middle of answering a question, Gideon, you won't let somebody stop you from answering a question. If you in the middle of answering a question, it ain't like she was answering a question. You like stop, hold on.
She's not going. She's not answering the question that would contradict her statement. Her statement was,
but look,
"Oh, well, that was in the Ptolemy era,
but let me
which is insinuating that it's coming from a Greek place, not an indigenous African place." So my question was for that reason right there to show that the Greeks did not invent that text. Her going
Gideon,
off
let me
and
save you
telling me
from
what paper
explaining.
it was written on and all this other stuff, although it may be true, it's not in my favor. So I have the
Gideon,
right
but
to stop her. But go ahead.
yeah, let me save you from explaining, Gideon, because you don't have to explain. You could have stopped her for any reason. If the judge deemed that she was putting out a good answer and you were trying to cut her off from it, they would have recognized it and held the points against you. And the same rules that were applied are applied evenly. So she's arguing with me as if when it's her turn, the same thing that I'm telling her doesn't apply to her. She gets to cut him off the same way. So it doesn't matter whether she thinks it's fair or not, it's how it's structured. And once I told her how it was structured, it's the same for both of them. It's not different strokes for Gideon and different strokes for Issa. So yes, he can cut her off if he feels like she's messing up or going somewhere he doesn't want her to go. And that's just how it's structured. Paradigm shift is structured like this. Solar Mind's Q&A was structured like this. This is the exact same way. Every debate on my channel is the exact same damn way. And some people utilize this Q&A to their advantage. Some people have been real patient and they let their people finish. But when they don't, they're not wrong, and they're not cheating or doing something that they shouldn't be doing, as Issa Kween was trying to imply when she started getting aggressive with me. The rules are standard across the board, so it's not like I was doing something for him that she wasn't about to have the same chance to do. Once she understood the rules of engagement, she was supposed to figure out a strategy and use it to her advantage. Now, if they want, I've only had one debate where there was a question and answer where each person had a set allotted time to finish their questions. It was Cosmon Cal versus Anu Kakarot. They did 5 questions back and forth. They did 5 questions each, 2 times. So Cosmon asked 5 questions. Anu asked 5 questions. Cosmon asked 5, then Anu asked 5. And they agreed that they would have 1 minute to answer each question. Now that stuff has to be settled beforehand. If not, we're going off my original structure. And like this didn't have to go this way. She shouldn't have crashed out on me. She shouldn't have been talking to me aggressive. She should have been patient, understanding, so that way we can figure things out. Bringing all this negative, toxic, crash out energy is only adding more chaos to what was already a chaotic situation.
Yeah. I think
it's like being in an interrogation room,
yelling,
bro.
I don't think anybody stopped. I think once everybody started yelling, I don't think anybody stopped to say, all right, I think after this, you told her that he don't have to let you finish answering questions. She said she don't want to answer any questions. Which not being which not being, you know, that's yo. If you ain't gonna let me answer questions, why am I answering your questions? That's stupid.
No, but I can stop. Listen, humble. I can stop her and still man
If
the
you're gonna
question
do that
even
every
more,
time she answer a
just so
question,
she
then
But
answering a
just
but
so
question.
she
humble.
understands where we're going with the conversation, bro. I'm it's my rapid fire round. This is
I
not
get that.
a dialogue per se. This is more like an interrogation.
We
So
get that.
you
Yeah.
know,
Yes.
yeah, you gotta understand that, humble.
And so we understand that. But
Yeah.
the point
He's
is,
supposed to put that
if
pressure on
I'm
her. He ain't
drilling
supposed
you,
to.
right, and if I'm drilling you, and every time you answer a question, I get to cut you off to move, or not even to move on, but just to cut you off to stop you from saying what you're saying, I'm no longer going to want to answer you. At that point, it gets redundant. At that point, it's just like, all right,
Hey,
if
it
what
don't
you
matter
doing?
though,
Yo,
humble. It don't
can I
matter,
ask a
humble, because
question?
I just want to say
Mhm.
it doesn't matter if it gets redundant for her because it's going to reflect on the scorecard. So if he's messing up
Right,
like that,
right.
she's got to let him mess up like that. She don't get to crash out on the host. That's where she messed up at.
Okay.
Now, if he's cutting her off and not letting her get her answers, I'll literally show you a debate where Chef Darius held that against one of the debaters. He
I
kept
got a
cutting him off
question.
when he was trying to get it out, and he held points against him for conduct and the questioning. Like there's literally a system in place, and she didn't trust it enough to the point where she started getting aggressive and talking to me like I'm her man, and I'm not, and
Can
I
I
don't
ask a
appreciate
question?
it.
Good brother, was there a pre-debate rubric? Was there any rubric?
Yeah,
Okay, and it was informed and distributed.
yes, and I made sure to hit her up and ask her like, you know how this goes, right? And I sent her debates so that way she can watch. I don't think she watched them. I think I sent them and she never looked at them. She just assumed I'm a debater. I know how this goes, and she showed up and she didn't. And it
Oh,
was
oh,
like I sent her a debate personally where I have a rapid fire question and answer round that's way more aggressive than what they just went through.
is there a rubric posted for like whoever judges it and who's watching as well that are involved in the point system?
The rubric for the rules is in my shorts section on my page. But again, I asked her, have you seen my debates? Do you know how this goes? She was adamant that she did, and then showed up and didn't.
Well,
He
I,
knows
I
how it goes
definitely.
because he's been. Yeah, but again, if she didn't, I hear what you're saying. It's a good question, but yeah, everybody was thoroughly informed. It's not like I set this debate up and then disappeared and then popped up debate day. Didn't give anybody any information. People knew what was going on. And if she hasn't watched any debates on my page and she was fronting like she had, because she would have known how to Q&A went. So I
Well, I
literally think
mean,
she's never watched the
No,
debate on
I
my page
think
I
she
mean,
prior
just
to her
didn't
having
want
one.
Gideon to bully her in the Q&A. That's all. I think she.
Man,
well,
she would
to
have had
be
the same
fair,
chance to do the same thing to him.
I get
But
that.
you
I'm
know
just
that's
saying
not
to
how.
be fair,
Well, you. That's not how Issa is. She ain't about to do that.
right?
She is. She literally is a bully. She's been trying to bully me. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying she not about to. If they just like you just seen her question and answer round, she didn't cut him off not in one of his answers. She let him get him out.
Let's play it back. I really can't
Okay,
remember.
look.
I don't know what I came up at, but I mean, nonetheless, if that's not her tactic, it doesn't mean that it can't be his. And he
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have to meet her where she's at. He's here to win. He doesn't have to sit here and play nice. Well, if she doesn't do this, then I won't do it either. Man, that's
Yeah.
not what the game is. We got certain rules. We got a structure. Nobody's had a problem in 10 months, but Issa Kween. Nobody. So that says that says volumes. So while she wants to put it on me again, out of over 20 debates, and everybody gets paid, nobody's had a problem, but Issa Kween. Nobody. It would be different if this was an ongoing thing, but this is an isolated incident specifically with her, and everybody just has the same shit. So who is it? Is it everybody else, or is it just her? Everybody else got it. Everybody else gets it. Everybody else is okay with it. She doesn't, and she's not. And she's gonna talk to me aggressively too about it. Not like she's just gonna speak her grievance while simultaneously trying to explain it to her. I'm being talked to in hostile tones. I'm just trying to moderate. People don't know what kind of day I had. I don't appreciate that. You got to be careful how you treat people, man. I go out of my way to be overly courteous and respectful to everybody. So when people don't take that time to give me what I'm giving out, it's a problem. It was one thing for her to be getting feisty with Gideon. She never should have been getting feisty with me, man. That shit was unwarranted and it was ghetto as hell. And it's just not a good look, man. I don't want this shit looking like Napa and Sarnetter. They always arguing. You're not being fair. You cut me off. You let him talk longer. Man, this ain't about to be that, man. Every damn time she come on the panel, I got to deal with this with her. The last 3 times she came on the panel, she did the same shit to me, and she did it in the middle of a debate. Somebody needs to talk to her about her behavior and how she's going about treating black men who are running a panel. Like, I've never gone to nobody else's panel and just turned up on the people who run it. And if I didn't like the way they ran it, I didn't crash out on them. I just said, this isn't the space for me. And I left peacefully. No argument, no telling them I don't like this place because of this on my way out. I just say, you know what, this might not be the place for me. They kept cutting me off. They muted me one time when I was trying to finish. You know, it happened with me on one of my homies channels. I just don't go over there. And then when he asked me to come over there, I told him, you know, out of self-love, you know, I don't like the way that you treated me over there, so I can't come back. You know, it's your channel though, and I would never tell you how to run it. And that's why you didn't even know I had a problem until you asked me to come back. But I left. I make a graceful exit. I don't know why. What's her problem? And again, if you don't like it, you're not who it's for. Everybody don't gotta have an iPhone, and everybody don't want an Android. It's various different outlets, and I'm not tripping. We all gonna be successful regardless. But again, even though she crashed out, that Cash App still came. I still sent her 50. Everybody got paid. You got paid, Gideon, on time, right?
Yeah, you already know, bro.
You already know, baby. Everybody gets paid. So while I'm sitting here dishing out money for random people on the internet who I don't know, who are simultaneously disrespecting me, this is not cool. I'm going to start keeping my money. And it's funny because people do weird stuff to me, and I still make sure they get paid because I'm going to be a man of my word. I've kicked people out of my tournament, but I sent them that $50 first. I definitely sent them that $50 first. So, and I'm like, shoot, I ain't got to deal with them no more. Take this $50 and get out of my hair. One thing you ain't about to say is I don't keep my word. Make up whatever else you want, but you can't say that. So I just don't want to deal with that hostility, especially from women. Come on, man. It's supposed to be love and healing energy. I don't know what's going on. It's a queen or it's a ratchet? Which one? Because the way she treating me she's not treating me like she's a queen. She's treating me like she's a ratchet female. That shit's scary as hell to me.
I do want to say this though. I appreciate you coming out of your pocket and doing your thing and organizing these types of things. I do want to say that also the evaluation is very different. You know, you don't put Mike Tyson in the ring with, you know, somebody that's a featherweight. You know, and the thing is, I cognitively understood the thought process that Issa Kween did, and I really don't think that it's a good matchup because one, Gideon, I don't know Gideon, but just listening to him is just too much. It's too much, and someone that is a serious intellectual, and I would consider, from what I've heard from the sister Issa Kween so far, is serious intellectualism. There's a very trimmed, lean way that she uses to be concise, and she starts from the actual language, and these things are so important because it's almost as if you would have told me. Now, I wouldn't mind debating Issa. I don't know what we would debate about, but her texture, her structure, and the way she goes about it is very, very clean. And I really don't have the patience because I listened and I noticed if I was to keep a scorecard, I would say that Issa Kween had two fallacious inquiries where one, she partially substantiated empirically, and I've gotten 17 so far from Gideon. And these are presuppositionalized ideas, things that, that are thrown into the conversation where we are already supposed to think this way, or this is the ultimate goal. And I think that's very dangerous when you try to think of a way to tell people things that's acceptable as opposed to just saying the truth. If you don't know, you don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree.
But it is a lot of responsibility doing these types of things. It is a lot of responsibility. I appreciate you for paying people because that doesn't fucking happen. It doesn't happen.
It doesn't.
And this is very different than Sonetter. So, any format that you come up with, I would definitely love to come and do some debates perhaps. But this is the difference. Where you would tell me to watch a video to see how it's done, and I would tell you no. I would have to base my whole argument around the rubric. To me, it has to be written, and it has to be written and covered so that if there's anything that's not covered, that I can ask questions, and perhaps the rubric can be revised. Because if you send me to a video, now it's left to my interpretation rather than concise words on a page. I'm judging what I can do based on what I see, and if I don't
write the
down
rubric for you right now, so
yeah. Oh, that's what's up, bro. That's what I'm
it's
talking
on my page. Yeah, I have a rubric. Everybody knows it. I play it before all of the debates. I don't think it got played before her debate because they came up with their own special format for this.
Okay.
And
see, I
didn't care. I'm like, and I didn't set these two up. These two wanted to debate each other. I didn't put Issa against him. I'm an agnostic atheist, so 9 times out of 10, I'm usually not on the brother Gideon side. I'm usually on Issa Kween's side. Like, this was so outrageous to me. I couldn't believe that this happened. I couldn't believe a black woman who I looked up to and was a huge fan of started talking to me crazy. Like, that was really disheartening. And I was really fucking sad, for real. Like, why am I dealing with this? I'm going out of my way to pay people for them to treat me like shit. I didn't like it. And it's continued to happen ever since. Let me get this rubric for you, though, sir.
I appreciate it.
Debate League. And I appreciate the compliment about liking the tournament. Yeah, anytime you want to do something over here, let me know. And another thing Issa Kween keeps doing, she keeps getting aggressive and then playing victim. Like, you can't do both. Like, the last time we got into it, she started talking to me the same way she was talking to me at this debate, and then asked me, "Are you triggered?" Like, excuse me? You're the one who seems unhinged and like you don't have respect for anyone in the room, but then you ask me, am I triggered? Like, this is gaslighting at its finest. And at this point, I'm done. Titans Debate League.
Well, I would say
I got a lot of personalities, and I'm just trying to keep the people who are easy to work with. Once somebody becomes a problem to work with, I'm going to naturally gravitate to the people who never have a problem. Gideon has shown the utmost decorum and the utmost respect, even though he knows I'm completely against his ideology in full. He knows I think the God of the Bible is an immoral monster, but he still shows up and treats me with the respect I deserve. And he's never, ever gotten out of pocket with me. And when I say, he doesn't think that my rules are negotiable. But always a black woman to think that this shit's negotiable. And I hate to even put it like that. Like, this is...
Okay. I speak atheist. I also speak agnostic. I speak many languages. And I would say that because you are perturbed that there is something profound between you and Issa Queen, and I only hope to preserve what is fortuitous in you guys' relationship with each other. And I'll say this, dealing with these ecclesiastical minds, it would be good that those of us who don't lean to conjecture and give ourselves to beliefs wholly, that we engage our own stoicism. One, because we are in a position of authority, and I'm
Drake,
talking about
Jay.
everybody. Gideon, you're in a position of authority. You know, A1, you're in a position of authority. Humble, Issa Queen, all in positions of authority. In my opinion, you know, and you do have some authority over me, my ears, my attention, my focus. And to me, that's one of the most important energies in this universe. So to say, you know, I'm saying all of that to say that, you know, it would be kind us as a non-ecclesiastical reaching out and still communicating with those that are, to engage our stoicism. That way it protects and preserves our relationships with each other so things aren't taken personally, you know, because apparently you respect her enough to express your grievance and gripe, you know, and I'm sure that she has grievances and gripes as well. And it's like Humble said, you know, I'm putting the brother aside for a minute, but you know, like Humble said, it shouldn't, you know, there should be no problems between you because is personal. So you guys have to squash that, you know. And this is what happens sometimes when you deal with shit. It gets on your hands, you know. You gotta. I'm sorry, but you know, sometimes we have to sanitize the situation, and one way of, you know, understanding sanitization is knowing what the canvas looks like before it got dirty. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure you guys can reflect back to that point where you were at the pinnacle of truth and substantiation with each other, and you didn't deny each other a bad day. You know, it was something to look past, that, you know, you're already close, so it's nothing to fortify that relationship that's based on substantiation, not belief and ecclesiastical fucking, you know, proofs and stance and pontification. That's all I got to say, man. I appreciate this, and I'm going to support you guys. And Issa Queen, I love you. You're an awesome individual, awesome intellectual, and we're going to find something to debate about because I need $50.
I got you, man. I got you.
So that's my OG.
I like him. He's cool. And I just want
Hey,
to
listen,
say,
that's my OG on
never.
Cyber right there, man. You catch
I
him over there on
appreciate
the streets with us over on Bigo. Sometimes he hosting his own panel. Sometimes he, you know, he hopping around.
And the whole thing is, I just feel like we need to talk to each other better as a people, as black people, period. It's okay for Issa Queen to maybe be confused, to not understand how it goes, to think it's supposed to go another way. That's all normal, that's okay. But talking to me the way she was talking to me is not okay at any point in time ever in life. And you see how, and it hasn't stopped since this day. This day I let it go because I'm like, you know what, maybe she was in debate mode. You know, when you break up a fight, you got to be careful. Sometimes you get swung on. You know, I just attributed it to that. And she was in fight mode, but then she continued to do it. Like, then she came back up and did it again. And it's like, oh, every time you think something isn't going the way that you like, you think you can start talking to me aggressively and challenging my authority in my own space in front of everybody? Like, is that healthy? But nobody's seeing this. The other black women will champion her and tell her, go girl, yeah, he wrong. We got to put a poll up and let everybody tell him he wrong. I don't care who you spin your narrative on. I'm not seeking validation from the crowd. I got my father in my life. I validate myself. That's one thing that people, and it bugs them that they can't manipulate me in that fashion, because I don't care what nobody else thinks. What do I think and what do I feel? Because I'm the one who has to sleep with it. So, you know, and again, I didn't talk to her crazy. I didn't talk to her aggressive. As you see in the episode, But she's confused, and she feels like that's a reason for her to throw all decorum out the window when dealing with me. That's the problem. That's the root of the problem, and that's been the problem. And if she doesn't fix that, we're going to continue to have a problem. She will never, ever be able to speak to me the way she spoke to me in this debate, the way that she's been speaking to me when she comes on these panels, the way that she tried to come up here and talk about me when I wasn't up here. She will never, ever be allowed to do that. If we're going to talk to each other, it has to be with respect, or we shouldn't be talking at all. I didn't come up here and start going back and forth and being nasty. It's so quick for her to just snap her finger and hit that mode when it's a black man she's dealing with. And I don't know, to me it's scary. Like, you can just flash like that. It's already too many ratchets and hot girls out here, and I'm trying to avoid them all at all costs. Let alone to have to go back and forth with one on my own platform, a place that's supposed to be meant for intellectual discourse. And she wants to turn this into, like, no. And like I was disappointed, highly disappointed. But this is usually what happens when I deal with feminists. They start off cool, and then eventually it turns into this, like a lack of respect for you. And then when you match their energy in any kind of way, it's, oh, are you triggered? Oh, you don't like women, or he's sassy, or, you know, they're going to just continue to try to gaslight you. That's why I said the gaslighting isn't going to work, sweetie. It's not going to work. I know who I am. I know how I am. I self-reflect and meditate every day. None of that's going to work on me. And I just felt like
always say we gotta stay grounded. Always say we gotta stay grounded. This is why things like this, and also we gotta understand the environments we come from. You see what I'm saying? That play a lot into it. On Bigo, we talk shit and then we get back on a panel. You feel me?
Yeah, bingo, man. I mean, that'd be like, man, it'd be wild over there.
We'll cuss your dead parents out. We'll cuss everybody out. And then tomorrow we chilling, smoking a blunt, you know, doing what we do, laughing and geeking. You see what I'm saying?
But see, I feel you though, but for me it's a little different, because you see how I deal with the artists. I'll call the debaters artists. Or you see how I deal with the debaters. I pour a lot of energy into them. Now, if somebody's going to be mistreating me and talking to me any kind of way whenever they feel like it, I'm not going to continue to take the energy that I have and pour into them. Things that I can't get back. Nobody pays me for these graphics, these animations, keeping flyers up, promoting them. I don't get paid for that. Actually, I'm essentially taking my money that I go to work at a job for and stand on my feet for a few hours and give it to y'all. I don't even know y'all. I don't know y'all from a can of paint. I never met none of these people in my life. I'm just trying to put on a great show for the community and get some information out. And this is what I'm, you know, having to deal with. But it's just, to me, it's normal. I knew I was going to have to deal with this. You know, everybody isn't going to make it. Everybody's character isn't going to be up to par. Some of the people you see right now won't be here a year from now, because they're not going to have the character to be able to stick around with you. Especially with all of these personalities. I have a 16-man tournament right now. You think how many divas do you think I can deal with? Not too many. None, honestly. I'm just saying, like, imagine if all 16 people were acting like Issa Kween. I would have canceled the shit. I can only do it because people have decorum and have respect. And the crash outs, I just get up out of here. She like wanted to start crashing out. I don't know. And it was distasteful, it was incoherent, it was unhinged. Like, you about to argue with the ref? Really? Technical foul, check on the play. What's going on?
Oh, hey, listen, technical fouls happen. Hey, ask Ben Wallace. He'll punch a referee in the face quick. Ask Ben Wallace. But see, that's the thing, though. That same referee he punched in the face, that next game he refereed, hey, you want to get a beer after this? Hey.
And that's different, but I'm the problem. And like, I'm incoherent and I may be lacking comprehension and don't get what's going on. That's the wrong thing to do. And now you're trying to play with my mental health. And so not only did you treat me like shit, now you're trying to play with my mental health like I made you do it.
And
And
you know why I
really
keep
don't
saying y'all
appreciate
need
that.
to sit down and talk? You know why I say y'all need to sit down and talk? Because y'all are saying the same thing. You see what I'm saying? Y'all arguments, when it come beyond the debate thing, y'all arguments are the same. She say the same thing. Hey, every time I meet him, it's he meeting me with hostility. Every time I meet him, he's meeting me aggressively. And that's why I said it's probably the way that y'all are meeting. Y'all coming up, y'all even at night, right? She was up here, y'all was chopping in the whisper column. You feel me? She was talking, you came up here, you dropped in the comments. Now you might not have known she was talking. You see what I'm saying? You might have not have known when you came up on a panel that nobody else was talking. You see what I'm saying? Because you wanted to get out what you wanted to get out. You see what I'm saying?
But here's the thing.
And now
that's
she's
another
like, well, wait
thing.
a minute.
I'll
I'm talking. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, at the end of the day, it don't matter who's talking when I get up here. I was gonna let you finish before I said that, though. But yield to the person. You know, when I'm on somebody's panel, I'm giving people a certain respect. Either I'm gonna yield to the person talking. Obviously, I just came out the crowd hot, so that was one thing, and I didn't hear who was talking. But it would be.
But
different.
see, she probably don't know that. You see what I'm saying? See, that's why I say y'all gotta sit down. Because I
still feel like you're too fresh, though.
Go ahead.
Like you're too current. I feel like right here, where did I show aggression at? If we just talk about this debate, where did I show any aggression with her in this debate?
Y'all both got irritated in this debate. You can hear it in y'all voice. Hold on, let me play this.
I want you to play it back so that way you can see how she's aggressive
and
I'm being
all of
passive.
y'all get into it. Hold on,
And
let me play this.
Talking to her like she's being a bad kid. I'm trying to talk to her slow and patient so she can get it while she's no. What you mean? Well, I'm not answering no questions.
So let me play this.
And I'm
hey,
trying
this is where you want her to get
like,
into it. Let me play it so y'all can see where y'all got lines crossed. Watch.
I mean, first of all, no.
So this is her and Gideon getting into it. She's trying to get Gideon to let her speak.
No.
No.
I'm going to pause this time because
right, like pause the time because you don't get to not let me respond. I get this is your segment, but you gotta let me respond. You don't get to just cut me off because you don't like the way it's going.
He doesn't get to let you filibuster. He actually gets to shoot the questions out if it looks as if he's cutting you off.
Because I wanna finish my sentences. And that's what I came here to do.
You're asking him a question.
So she cut you off right there because you was trying to explain that if he feel like you're filibustering, he get to reroute the questions. She was saying that all I wanted to do was answer my question. But right there, what I can say is
I'm not being aggressive.
You were saying you were saying that what's calling, and she was saying that all she wanted to do was finish her question. Neither one of y'all right here are getting aggressive.
And I just blocked Balboa. She just said, why is he still talking about this? Issa Kween left a minute ago. Y'all still talking about it. The other homie was still talking about it. Now I just blocked her because she's continuing to try to gaslight me. Like she doesn't understand the situation that's going on. But anything I see what's going on now. You know what I'm saying?
My question I was asking was rhetorical.
I would like to talk, please, Issa Kween. What you were actually.
All right, you said I would like to talk. She stopped talking.
What you're doing was asking him a question.
You were like, why are you trying
stopping
to tell
him, telling him that he can't move on to his question to ask him a question because
I wasn't asking him anything.
All right, so this is where you were saying she was stopping him from moving on to ask him a question. She was explaining. This is her explanation.
I was saying.
All right. She said she wasn't asking him anything. You said she was.
A rhetorical question.
So this is where she come and say I was asking him. She said I was stating a rhetorical question. Okay. So that right there nullifies that she was asking him anything. So she wasn't asking him anything.
It doesn't necessarily nullify it. What she needs to learn is, during the question and answer round, I know I'm not allowed to ask him questions. Or, I mean, she can, but he doesn't have to answer them.
No, right. So that's why I just went back over this. She wasn't asking him a question.
Either way, even if her question was rhetorical, why can't he move on? Now, can you tell me that?
Right.
If
That's
she's
what we about
asking
to
him a
go. That's where we're
rhetorical
gonna go into the
question.
video.
But hold on, let's get to the bottom of this. If
Go
her
ahead.
question is rhetorical, what else is he supposed to do besides move on? Can you give me the answer to that?
She wasn't. No. So the thing was, he stopped her right at the end of what she was saying. She said, well, then I would have to ask you what time period because, and then he stopped her. So she was continuing to talk, but he stopped her. So then that's when she said, hold on, let me finish.
He's allowed to do that, though. He's allowed to do that. Do you want to play? I posted the rules in the chat. I'm going to post them again so you can get to the Q&A part. And it says, this time belongs to the questioner. I read them out loud with a nice voiceover and some background music. And I explain the Q&A round. It's not no mystery. She didn't want to adhere to the rules that we've had set on this channel since I started. Tried to get aggressive with me for just trying to explain how it went. Then said, you know what? Well, if I can't get it my way, I'm not going to play. I ain't answering shit. It was like, oh, so now you're going, on top of all of it, you're just going to be a spoiled brat about it? Cool, Gideon, go ahead, ask her as many questions as you can and get it out, because it's going to reflect on the scorecard that she ain't answering. So if she wants to play that game,
I'm
only
telling
hurt her.
And
I posted the rules, though, in the chat.
I think, and you know what? That would have been a real good, if she wouldn't have did that. I do think that would have reflected horribly on Gideon's part. But then, like you were saying,
exactly as a rhetorical question that he was supposed to move on.
No, I was saying because
why is she asking him rhetorical questions during his question and answer round? It doesn't matter if it's rhetorical. That doesn't justify like nothing that like y'all think that like fixes anything. That actually makes it worse. That means that she's actually asking a question that she didn't expect an answer to. So,
the reason that reflects bad on Gideon is because he didn't let her finish.
She's asking rhetorical questions. Why should he? She's wasting his time, and he only had 30 seconds left.
Right. And so I think why it would reflect bad on Gideon, not because she was asking a rhetorical question, anything of that nature, but because he wasn't allowing her to finish. And so if
am I supposed to just let her answer the question the way she wants to when she's not like really answering it? If she starts off,
a non-biased judge will count you against that. Will count that against you because you didn't let her finish. A1 was just talking about.
That's not what the rapid fire.
Saying. Right, but that's what I'm saying. That's why you was just speaking about debates that you didn't have where judges scored against that.
Yeah, when they were trying
to cut them off,
I just said they were about to get cooked. Yeah, but not with a rhetorical question. Not with a rhetorical question or any question being posed.
I mean, but he didn't even let her finish. He stopped her at because.
She said, well, I have to ask you a question. That's where as soon as he heard that, he wanted to move on. Like, oh no, we're not doing that.
No, he stopped her because that's why I played that. That's why I said Gideon got to take responsibility for that because soon as he just stopped her right at the rhetorical question.
Wait, why did she have to take responsibility when he was adhering to the rules of the tournament? She has to take responsibility for not wanting to play by the rules. He was playing by the rules. If she's too sensitive for this rapid fire question and answer round, she needs to schedule something else.
No, that's not the point.
If she can't hang with the big boys who do rapid fire question and answer round, then she needs to make sure she requests 1 minute answers for every question. Don't get into a debate with the rapid fire question and answer round. And can you play the video that I posted though? So that way we can hear who the question and answer time belongs to. I go over this specific situation in the rules because I know this is going to happen. And in the rules, I say that the person who's asking the question has 2 times to stop their clock if the person doesn't want to cooperate with them, which she wasn't. He could have stopped the clock and said, "A1, stop my clock. She's not answering my question," or she's and I could have stopped the clock, let him re-answer it. Like
It's crazy. So humble. Let me ask you this.
Mhm.
So if I ask you, and this is my question and answer, I ask you, do you know that those maxims are from an earlier date? And your response is, then I would have to ask you what period. Just think about that rhetorical question. What matters? Like what's
If I'm making a statement like that, I'm trying to follow it up with something. So what time period is that from? Because if you're saying that it's from an earlier period, like the ancient times, then you would have to source that up. If not, then we have
man? That's
proof
bad.
that.
Man. That's
You
bad.
see what I'm saying? So when you were saying the title, for an example, right? Gideon, the question you asked was a loaded question because if you're talking about the Ptolemaic period, we know the Ptolemaic period don't have the same rituals.
Look, I don't want you to get into the details of the question. Let's not do that.
Right, I got that.
Because it doesn't matter what the topic was. What matters is he asked her a question. She posed the question back to him, and he moved on. And he's allowed to do just that. There is nothing to stick up for Issa Kween about right here. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. He's allowed to do that, and he was following the rules.
It's about acknowledging what happened, right?
Yeah, I'm acknowledging what happened, that he didn't break the rules, and she didn't like it, and she crashed out. That's what happened.
No. Well, we can't put it that simple because if we put it that simple, then what we can say was Gideon didn't have any decorum during the debate, and she was just trying to protect herself.
I have all the decorum because she actually wasted.
He was not being rude to her. That's how rapid fire.
How many times did she have to say, "Wait, let
me"?
He asked her like 4 questions.
She really was wasting my time, humble.
Please do me a favor. Can you please do me a favor and play the link that has the rules so everybody can hear that this is exactly what he's allowed to do? I played this before every debate in my tournament. Like, we already know how this goes. I don't understand why today we're confused.
Wherever she was going with it, humble.
Channel has been like this, except for the very first one. That was the only one. Nobody else has had a debate that didn't have a rapid fire question and answer round where it operated like this.
Yes, hold on.
Question.
And I've been under this same format since I first started debating. When I first started debating,
where the link at? Where the link at, A1?
I'll repost it again right now.
It's in the comments.
Yeah, it's not even a dispute. Yes, in the comments. It's not even a dispute. He didn't violate the rules. She didn't like what was going on. She decided she didn't want to participate anymore. It is very simple, and we can simplify it to just that, man. And that's what the heck I saw. That's what I experienced. There is nothing else. It doesn't matter what his question was. Like, it doesn't matter the context. None of that stuff matters. It was his.
And to be real humble, regardless of however my strategy or however I approached it, once the moderator speaks, the person's supposed to stop, bro. That's whether you on a panel or a debate. Once that moderator speaks, you gotta stop. You can't be like, you know.
This. You can't copy these in what's called. A1, put it in the private chat because I can't get it from the regular chat.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is wild, man. This is very wild that she chose to get up here on national TV. Not national TV. I always be saying that. I would still use it because I'll be watching myself on the 70th. She got up here on national television and did this. Like, not a woman. It shouldn't have been. I'm disappointed it was a woman because I wanted to show strong female debaters, and that was very weak. That was weak.
Well, you know.
I can't find the private chat. How do I get to the? I'm on my phone, humble. I can't find the private chat. Oh, I found it.
Okay.
I was gonna say I could have put it in on Facebook too, but here it goes right here. Oh, it's gonna make me copy it again.
Right here.
But yeah, fellas, man, it's been nice, bro. I think I'm gonna crash for a few hours, man, and I'll catch up with you. Yeah, but no doubt, man. Shalom to y'all, brothers. Peace, everyone.
Where here. You? Oh no, I don't think he popped it in there yet. A1. Where is? Was he giving it? Let me see. Why can't I get this in this daggone comment? Hold on 1 second. I know how to do this. Oh, she got my phone. I can't even do it that way. Oh, what I can do though is send it to my Facebook, A1. Oh shit. Oh, all right. Come on, man. All right, there you go. Dang, man. What? All right. All right. Yo, this shit is stupid, bro. All right. I can't even get this shit. Oh, he dropped off. Where's the damn? Hold on. Let me try to do something real quick. Damn, man, where's this stuff at, bro? I can't even find. That shit's crazy. All right, where's shorts? All right. The rubric. I'm looking for this damn rubric. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. My background getting a little loud. Let's see if it's in videos. I'm about to see if the link is in videos. I don't know why I can't go. You know what? I ain't got my phone. Can't even do that. I can't copy this. What up, y'all? Let me read some of these comments. I can't even get that link. What's the next subject? Malaksha, come on up here so we can see the next subject if you want to talk about something. Thank you. Hold on, let me I can't. Where is? I'm looking for this damn thing. I can't find it. Let me see. The sister has the right to respond. She sees fit. Trying to direct her without clarity. That's the worst thing. Gideon question was general. Humble. That's the natural trying to stop him. He won. That's crazy. No, Gideon ain't win. Gideon ain't win no daggone debate. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Immortal, she didn't lose that debate, bro. I don't know why y'all think she lost that debate. You should have left the question to be wrong, not stop. But what y'all in here talking about? Hey, yo. I appreciate you, Sister Fawn, if you still in here too, man. I appreciate y'all. Hey, man, I don't like when folks I deal with beef, man. That put me in a weird position. I don't like that. And I know my people don't do that intentionally. You know what I'm saying? But it do. That just be crazy. I hate listen, something y'all may not know about your brother Humble is why I talk my junk on this app. Why I talk my junk on YouTube and Beagle and stuff like that. I don't like the spotlight on me like that. I don't like that. I'm trying to read these comments, man. I'm trying to read these comments. Talk to me, y'all. Talk to me. And also, man, I got something coming up for y'all know who. His name again for K. He be dealing with that Owaspy. Y'all know I got to pick with the guy. Y'all know I got to pick with him, Cosmon Cal. I got a presentation for you, Cosmon. You better be looking out. And you gotta read the dictionary, Cosmon. You be tripping, boy. I don't know what you be putting in your presentation slides. Hey, yo, Babylon Done. Shout out to Babylon Done. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all, man. For real, for real. What I'm about to do is 1:29. My wife just got in the house. I'm about to shut it down, family. I appreciate y'all, for real, for real. Before I shut it down, though, I want to leave y'all with a little something.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Only the brave speak here, family. Only the brave speak here. That's our time. Catch your brother Humble Mystics on Tuesdays. Y'all already know. Hold on, let me play this for y'all.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.